that the liver weight, the gametophyte is the dominant phase. So the adaptation is that one, the liver weight has the thallus as the body, and that the body is green, so it is photosynthetic. So it's able to survive in the environment by being able to photosynthesize. Two, it has the rhizoids. That helps it to absorb nutrients from the environment, and then it can survive. Okay, so water and minerals from the soil, and it also undergoes both sexual and asexual reproduction. That's really important. So when conditions are favorable, it will undergo asexual reproduction for propagation of species. If conditions are unfavorable, it will undergo sexual reproduction so that it can produce spores, and that the spores will be able to survive the harsh environment. So these are adaptations. And these adaptations apply to, it's okay. These adaptations also apply to the other forms of the plants. Okay. Is that okay, Charity and the others?
Yes, Bob.
Yes.
But please, the spores are important because the spores are also adaptation for surviving in harsh environment, because the wind will blow them and they will land at different places so that the plants that do not become extinct. That's important.
Yeah.
Okay. So we were on mosses, and we say that mosses are very, very, very robust plants. They grow on any least chance that they have. They will germinate and they will grow. When there's small amount of moisture, it doesn't matter where the spores will land, whether it's on the surface of a rock or in the soil, anywhere in a damp environment, they will grow. So you see this diagram, there's this green growth. They look like carpet. They look like carpet on the surface. When you look at it under microscope, you will see that they have these root-like structures, but they are not roots, they are called rhizoids. Just like you have rhizoids in the liver wet, also have rhizoids here, which penetrates through the surface of the substrate for water and minerals. They have something that looks like leaves, and they overlap each other. The outer one overlaps the inner one, and they go up. So this leafy part is the gametophyte phase, is the most dominant phase or the most obvious phase. And then when there's fertilization, then the sporophyte will grow in the gametophyte. So that is what happens. For the moss, when there's moisture, it looks green. When there's little drought, little dryness, they appear brown in nature. But the moment they become exposed to water or moisture, they resume their green status. So that is their adaptive features. They have the green pigment for photosynthesis. They have the rhizoids for absorbing nutrients. They engage in alternation of generation, so that the sporophyte generation will produce spores, and the spores will help them to survive harsh environmental conditions. Because of the tuft nature, the way they are clustered together, they are able to absorb moisture, so they are able to retain moisture in the environment. So even if the surface appears dry, the beneath it is damp because they hold much moisture. And the mosses are very useful, okay, for us, because when people are prospecting copper, where they can find copper in the soil for copper mining, they look for the presence of copper moss. So there's a moss called copper moss, and copper moss only lives in the vicinity of copper and can serve as indicator plant for copper deposit in the soil. Then we have the peat moss. Okay, I think last time I explained the peat. Peat is a cluster of moss that appear non-decomposing, and that they're able to retain more water. So peat moss, the sphagnum, has commercial value. It has the ability to hold tremendous. So if you are doing gardening, somebody's mic is on.
Phase 2.
Somebody's mic is on. Please mute yourself. I know you have Emmanuel, you have a question for me.
Yes, please. The motive.
Yeah.
Are they the ones that we call in tree apotobibre also?
Apotobibre is Spirogera, but
Okay.
sometimes we mistakenly call the moss apotobibre, but moss no there. Utia so as a carpet no. Apotobibre there
Okay.
green strip. You can't. Form that's something that form green. You can't even pick them. Will show
Okay.
if they are on the surface of water, and we are they cluster together. Now, what can tell you?
Okay. What about the ones that grow on cocoa plant?
So more so if the spores settle on cocoa plant, they'll grow on it. Everywhere that the spores settle, they grow.
Okay. Because
So
I've
long
seen some.
that there'll be moisture.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Sir,
Yes.
please, when we're learning about the kingdom fungi, we
Yeah.
like it was like we were introduced something like the Moses.
So
Uh,
the fungi we were talking about biological association, lichens. Okay, we were talking about biological association, and the fungus can form association with other plants like the moss. Okay, they can form lichens, they can form mycorrhiza association. That's what I was saying. So a plant, you see, the reason why when you are transplanting a plant, you take soil with the plant is that in the soil, the plant must have formed a biological association with a fungus. And if you transplant the plant and the fungus is not part of it, when you grow it, it will not grow. But when you pick soil with it, because the fungus is there, you put it in the ground, it will grow. If there's enough moisture and nutrient, it will grow because the biological association will help it to grow. So that's what I was saying. Is that clear?
Yes, Doc.
Okay. So let's continue. We haven't gone far. So what we are saying is that the pit is important because these muscles, they don't appear not to decay, so they are able to accumulate more water. So even if you are doing a garden and you get to know that the place can dry up, you can grow moss, you can transfer moss from a particular place to your soil, and the moss will grow because the moss does not, they don't grow as weed, they grow only on the ground, so they help retain water. And if there's any biological association with fungus, the association also may occur between the plant and the fungus again, and it will help the proper growth of the plant of the soil. So people use moss in their garden to retain water so that their garden products can grow well. Yeah, they can also be a source of fuel. I have also explained that. These mosses are the pioneers, especially in what we call ecological succession. When the place is cleared, no weed is growing, mosses can be the first generation of organisms to grow, and they will help ensure that other organisms can grow later. As mosses cluster and they retain water, they also help in helping soil microorganisms to grow. Even earthworm can also thrive well, and as they move into the soil, they create tunnels for air to circulate in the soil. So mosses are very important when we are into farming, into gardening. They are very important. So they are also source of food for fish and birds, as dry body is used to as nesting material. While we are saying that some organisms they lay eggs in the ground. Some of the organisms, no matter what, they won't lay eggs in the nest on the tree. Yes, yes, no. They won't lay eggs on the tree or in the nest. They will lay eggs on the ground, and that they will need something as a soft material to hold their eggs. And therefore, when mussels grow there, they can lay eggs there. Albatross is one such bird. It's a big bird. It makes nests in the ground. It makes nests in the ground and lay eggs in the ground, and it can also utilize mussels in its nesting. Okay, so as I said, we can use mussels to feed other organisms as well. They help in the production of fuel. Like if you dry them, you can burn them to generate heat. If they also accumulate in an environment for a long time, they may be converted to fossil fuel as well. If you are transporting a fragile object, maybe either in a car or in a ship, and you think that you need something something soft to cushion the object so that they don't break, you can use muscles in the container so that the muscle, because muscles are very soft, even if there's vibration, the breakable object will be cushioned and it will not. So they are also, when they grow on the soil, they slow down running water, so they help prevent erosion in the environment. Okay, I've spoken a lot about mosses. So these are that's the life cycle of moss. I have shown you before. You always have the gametophyte stage, and then we have the spore and the egg bearing part, and then the sperm bearing part. And when the egg and the sperm fertilize, that is only when after that the sporophyte will form. The sporophyte will have spores inside. Okay, so the sporophyte is the entire thing, and we have the septa and we have the sporangium. The end of the sporophyte is the sporangium, and it's inside the sporangium that the spores form. So when the sporangium breaks, then the spores will leave. When you see operculum, hey, come back. When you see operculum is like a lid. Senior Pacho, you have to get in my life. Operculum is the lid that covers the sporangium. So when the operculum opens, then the spores inside the sporangium will come out. So that's it. So the operculum can open when the environment is too dry and it breaks off. Amanda, don't go there. Close it. Yes. Okay, so that is it about the non-vascular plant. Any question? Then we can proceed to the vascular plant. Any question for me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You are.
Okay, so last week we spoke about these things, so I believe it's quite understandable. Now let's proceed to the vascular plants. So the vascular plants, they are vascular plants because they have xylem and phloem. They have roots. Hey, stop. They have roots. They have stem. They have leaves. But you see, we have the lower forms of the vascular plants that don't show clear or advanced form of the root, stem, and the leaves. So we are going to see some before. Like any other plant, they have cuticle on the stem and on the leaf, and they have stomata that allow the exchange of gases. They also have alternation of generation. But the difference between the vascular and the non-vascular plant is that for the vascular plants, the dominant generation is the sporophyte. But for the non-vascular plants, the dominant generation is the gametophyte. That's one huge difference between them. So the first one we talk about, yes. Okay. Let me switch off this mic. Okay. So the first one
There
we
was
talk
a
about.
breakage when you were saying the difference between the vascular and the vascular.
Mina too, so you are there.
Please, Doc, I'm there.
Okay. So Mina, the difference is that for the non-vascular plants, the gametophyte is the dominant phase. It is always present, and the sporophyte is dependent on the gametophyte. But when it comes to the vascular plants, it is rather the sporophyte that is dominant, and the gametophyte is on the sporophyte. So that is the difference. Is it clear, Mina?
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so the first one is the silotophyta. Okay, or people will call it whisk fan. They are very common, but I don't know whether you find some in your vicinity. People use them as ornamental plants in their garden. So you may look for different pictures of it. Okay. Though they say they are vascular and they have roots, but these ones do not have, actually they do not have roots. They have something that looks like ginger. They have something that looks like ginger. So it's like, we call it a how do we call it? Rhizome. Called rhizome. That is in the ground, and the rhizoids will grow on the rhizome. Rhizoids will grow on the rhizome as to resemble that something like roots. Okay, they still have association with fungi to form the symbiotic association that we call the mycorrhiza association, so that it will help in the growth of the plant. Wait. Yeah, some more. Okay, and then they also have the spore bearing part that we call sporangium. So in the sporangium, the spores grow, and when the spores germinate, they grow into an independent gametophyte, which will grow somehow small in the soil, after which the sporophyte will grow and the gametophyte will die. That's how it is. Then the next one is a club moss. The next one is a club moss. So this club moss is different from the moss itself. If you look at the pictures, I don't know whether you have seen some of these pictures before, but they are also very common plants that people use as ornamental plants for beautifying their environment. Okay. They are a little bit advanced over the ceratophytes or the whisk ferns. They belong to the division Lycopodophyta. Okay. And they are most common in woodlands in temperate zones. They are not common mostly. They are not common in temperate zones. That doesn't mean that they are not found in tropics. They are common in temperate zone, but doesn't mean that we can't find them in the tropics. We can find some in our dry environment, of course. They also have the rhizome that looks like a ginger, and some area parts grow up. The shoots grow up, and when you look at them, they have scales, something that looks like the leaflets of moss. They are scales. They look like leaves. They can photosynthesize also, but they are tightly attached to the plant. Like these pictures that you see, these tiny spikes, on the stem, or what looks like a stem, are the scales that grow from it. They are sorry, I'm going too far. Yeah. So they also bear sporangia, which also contains spores. They bear sporangia, which contains spores, and the structure that holds the sporangia are called strobili. The structure that hold the sporangia are called strobili. So when the sporangia bursts and the spores are released, the spores germinate into some very tiny, inconspicuous but independent gametophyte. And when gametophyte grows, the gametophyte dies, and then the sporophyte phase dominates. The next one is the horse tail. If you look at the plant, you see the way the branches are, they look like the tail of a horse. That's why we call the plant horse tail. And the division is equisitophyta. Equina means horse. Equina means horse. So that's why they use the term equisitophyta. That means they look like horse. Okay. They thrive everywhere. Basically, where there's damp soil, when there's moist environment, you find them. They also have the rhizome kind of underground parts that produce this area shoot that you see. Yeah. They look fanciful, they look nice, they look beautiful, and people use them as ornamentals as well. Okay. And interestingly, people pick these and let me use the term, they beat them so that they can look like sponge. They can look like sponge. And people use them as abrasive for polishing or for shining surfaces, because they contain silica. I mentioned silica to you when we spoke about diatoms. The silica is something like a sand or a glass, so they can use it as abrasive. Sometimes people grind them into some sort of powder and they can use them as abrasive powder, so that when you put your sponge, dip your sponge in it, you can use it to shine surfaces. Or if you put any material, you put it on any material, you can use it to shine surfaces. So they are very useful to us. Now the next plant is ferns. Ferns are very common. I think you have seen this picture. So you see them, they grow on the ground, they grow by the riverside, even in along trees like palm tree, basically palm trees. You find them growing at on palm trees as well. Ferns, they are very beautiful, especially when they are young. You see that the leaves are curled or coiled like these ones, and as they grow, the leaves open and they become so beautiful like this. But of all the non the vascular plants, the lower ones, it is ferns that have a well and advanced tissue like xylem and phloem. The ferns that have the advanced tissue, xylem and phloem, that transport water from the ground to the soil and nutrients from the soil, ground soil to the plant, and nutrients from the food from the plant to various parts of the plant. Okay, so these two, as I've told you, they can grow in the water along river bodies. They can grow in shady environment, moist environment. They can grow on trees like palm tree, and they are very adaptive to many environments. Okay, they still have the diploid sporophyte phase as the dominant, and they have the gametophyte phase as well, that we'll talk about. So if you pick one plant and then you cut a branch of it, this is what you see a stipe, and you see several pinna. These one projections are called pinna, and each projection also have tiny projections called pinnules. So you have pinnules coming together to form pinna, and there are spaces in between them called the rachis. Okay, so but you can call the whole thing as a blade, and also call the entire thing as blade, or people will call it the frond because they look like the palm, the branches of palm tree that we call frond. So we can also call them frond. Yes, that is how they look like. When you look at the surface of the leaf, the surface is clear. Surface of the pinna or the pinnules are very clear. But when you look at the back of the leaf, then you see this cluster. Okay, this cluster, we have a lot of sporangia. These circular ones are sporangia at the back of the leaf. And when you collectively, these sporangia are called sori. Collectively, we call them sori. But these black things that cover the sporangia are called inducium. So there are terminologies that I'm introducing here. You are familiar with sporangia, then I'm introducing sori, and then inducium as a cap covering. So within the sporangia are the spores. Spores are haploid. So when the inducium opens, the spores become dispersed, and when the spores hit the ground, they germinate into gametophytes. Let me see if I have a life cycle. So let me use this to explain to you. So let's say this is the frond. At the back of it, we have the sori with the spores inside. When the spores are dispersed and they germinate, they form this heart-shaped structure called prothallus. This heart-shaped structure called prothallus. That's the gametophyte. That's the gametophyte. So on the gametophyte, we have the rhizoids, which grow into the soil to trap nutrients and minerals. Then we have the gametes. Okay, so we will have the archegonium and the antheridia. We are familiar with this term before. The archegonium will produce the male's gamete, and then the antheridia will produce the sperm. And when the two mate, that is when this thallus or gametophyte will be transformed to the sporophyte. So it will germinate like you see this small one, which becomes big like this one. So that's the life cycle of the ferns. Yeah, it's very important to know this. Yes, the ferns are very useful because they are ornamental plants. People grow them in their gardens. When you go to people who sell flowers or ornamental plants, you will see ferns there. Some of them can grow very tall, huge, and green, so beautiful. Okay, so for decorative purpose, some people when they are doing events, they can bring them to the create environment, and some also grow them in their house as ornamental plants. And some of them, the wood or the wooden part, the wooden part. Well, let me show you. Like this stem, some of them they can grow very big, and the stem, what looks like the stem here, is when it dries, it is very hard. It doesn't decompose easily, so people use them for building purposes as building materials, so that the termites cannot eat them. And especially omo musi and the dino, they push this in the soil so that it will hold them firmly, and termites don't eat them. But they they have medicinal value. They have medicinal value. They can be used to make cough mixture, expectorant. When you say expectorant, you mean cough mixture. Expectorant is when somebody is coughing and there's phlegm inside. The phlegm inside, you give the expectorant so that the person can cough and bring most of the phlegm out. Yes. And they can be used to stop bleeding, especially when a woman gives birth and she's bleeding too much. They can use it to treat, either the woman or drink it. When I was a young boy, I got hurt. I was injured by palm frond, and palm frond appears to have some, I don't know how it is, but when you are pricked by palm frond, the place can swell. So my foot got swollen, and my father used he would grind the leaves, the young leaves from the fern, mix it with palm oil, and apply it to it. And within 3 days, the swollen foot subsided, and the wound began healing. So its ferns are of much medicinal value. I think if you are interested in research, you can work on ferns as well. Okay, so that is it about the um, lower form of the vascular plant. Okay,
Hello,
then
Doc.
yes, please.
Please, I have a question on ferns.
Oh, let's talk.
Okay. Please, you said they normally grow on palm trees.
Yes.
And you said they have xylem and then the phloem that transports water and then nutrients as well.
Yes.
So if they grow on palm trees, how does that happen?
Oh, sir, they are not parasites. Oh. Sir, I've been to trap branches now. I say, yeah, na, a bit to sir. Yeah, na, and the TB quality were inside. So when it rains and the soil, what looks like soil becomes soaked, and then the spores settle there, they grow, they germinate, they plant, the roots obtain nutrients and water from that, and they grow. I don't know if you have seen one such thing before, but they grow a lot on plants, on palm trees. So when you go to places where they grow palm as ornamental plants in the environment, and the ferns also grow on the palm tree, they don't cut it. They allow the ferns to grow. If you are in Cape Coast, it's been a long time since I went to Park Indum's Coconut Grove Hotel. But when you go to Coconut Grove Hotel, they have a park where they have coconut and palm trees also growing there, and you will see ferns growing on the pockets of the soil collected on the palm tree. So they obtain nutrients from the soil. Does it answer the question?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. If they obtain water minerals from the soil, then it means that it's an indirect activity. It obtains it from the oil palm tree, if I get you. And then my second question is, so if they are not parasitic, can we say they are mutualistic because they do not cause any harm to the oil palm tree?
Oh, you see, such plants are called epiphytes. Okay, plants that grow on other plants, but they don't obtain nourishment from the plant directly. They are epiphytes.
So,
So
so also to
the
add up,
medical association is epiphytic.
so,
Yes.
so
Mutual
please,
means both for benefit. Okay, Festus.
to add up this symbiotic relation, I think it's commensalism. They establish a commensalism relation. They do not harm the plants, neither do the plant the plant that they grow on also get something from them. Just that they
Benefit
get
from them.
something from the plant without harming that plant. So as you
Okay.
rightly said, the fronds that has been cut off and it's like it's decomposing.
Yeah.
The soil which has been packed at those areas and some part of the plants that are decomposing, that's what they derive the nutrients from. And they are very common. They're very common on palm plants. Apart from that, in swampy areas, for instance, you can equally see fence plants growing over there in waterlogged areas.
Okay, Festus, thanks for your contribution. I like this.
Okay,
We are all
sir.
yes.
Please,
Yes,
I want to find out. Please, can you hear
I'm
me?
listening.
uh, in a cocoa tree, when the cocoa is growing along the line, there's a certain strange branch that will develop, and at times they will advise the farmers that they should cut it away, or else that branch can even kill the cocoa, or it will make the cocoa farmer not to get higher yield. So that one, that I wish that epiphyte.
Okay, somebody has a contribution to this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Festus.
That plant is called is it mistletoe?
Mr. Doda plant.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, mistletoe and
Right.
dodder. In fact, those plants are parasitic plants. So So
Yeah,
in the symbiotic relation, we have parasitism, you have mutualism, and then commensalism. So they are under parasitism. So they are parasitic plants. They grow on those plants and take nutrients duly from that plant. So it is advisable that the moment you see it on those plants, you cut the part of the branch that they've developed from, you cut it off. Else, as you rightly said, it will drain all the nutrients from the plants. So those plants are not like fence at all. They have their different strands.
Okay, thank you, Festus. So yes, mistletoes are very parasitic. You know, when they produce seeds or the fruits are sticky. So when birds eat they pick the seeds and they fly away and the seeds fall on any branch of a tree, the seed will grow and derive nourishment from the plant. So when you don't cut it fast and they produce seeds, the seeds can be spread to, or fruits can be spread to different parts of the, or different plants in the farm due to the birds feeding on it. So they are not good. Okay, somebody has a question. Can moss be used to check weed growth? Mosses are not used to check weed growth because mosses even break hard surfaces for other plants to grow there. So we don't use them to check weed growth. No.
So
Okay.
I think Moses begin an ecological nature.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so we are done. Let's go to the seedless vascular plants. Oh sorry, I said seedless. The vascular plants that produce seeds, but they don't produce flowers. The gymnosperms. Okay, so the gymnosperms produce seeds. They are called seed plants. The early plants that we spoke about, they produce spores. They don't produce seeds. That's the difference. But this one produces seeds, except that these ones don't have flowers. So, for example, if you look at the first one, the cactus or the pine, this is a fruit, but it just grow like that from the stem, no flowers, nothing. So the seeds are naked. So when you see the term gymnosperm, it means naked seed. Gymnosperm means naked seed. Okay. They produce both male and female gametes. So the male sperm are called microspores, and the female eggs are called megaspores. So actually, they are yes, they are the advanced form of the spores that we saw in previous ones, but these ones are advanced. That's why we are using the term megaspores. Yay, microspore. Please go to mama. I'm teaching. Okay. Yes, let's go to mama. Yes, and the structures that bear these spores are here. Microsporangiophytes. Microsporangiophytes bear the microspores. Okay, and then the megasporangiophytes bear the megaspores. Okay, so these spores or these gametes are usually immature. So microspores develop into immature microgametophyte, and that is the one that is contained within what looks like a pollen grain. Okay, and then the megaspore also develop into an egg-bearing megagametophyte. So these megagametophytes becomes something that looks like the seed, or they become the seed. They become the seed because after they have, when the megagametophyte is fertilized by the microgametophyte, that is where the ovule becomes a seed. So a seed is a fertilized ovule or a matured ovule. So as I have indicated, these are plants. So in these plants too, the sporophyte is the dominant phase of the life cycle, and the gametophyte is very almost absent, but it's there. Like it's a short time in the life cycle. And so when you see the plant, then the plant is the sporophyte. Yes, and the seeds, the gametophytes, are protected within the sporophyte. There are about 3 common general groups of these gymnosperms, which we will talk about briefly. So what are the characteristics of gymnosperm? As I indicated, they grow to become like wood. So they are perennial trees or they are shrubs. These plants, I tell you, they are always green. Okay, some parts die, of course, like any other plant, that some leaves die. But these plants, always they are green from January to December. They are green. It doesn't matter whether there's winter or summer or dry season or wet season. So mostly people grow them in their homes as flowering plants, as ornamental plants, not the flowering plants, as ornamental plants. Even we use them as Christmas trees abroad. Abroad, they use them as Christmas trees. Okay. Mostly they look bright, but the cactus or the cycas or the cycas, they look like palm tree. They look like palm tree. So let me show you an example. Like this is the pine, the pinus tree or the conifers. And this, no, give it to mama. Go and give it to mama to charge. Tell the mama to charge. No. And these are the cycas. These are the cycas. I mean, these are common, and everybody must have seen this before. They look like palm trees, and they are very beautiful. And we grew them in our courtyards. So what we are saying that their characteristics, like they usually look branched, except for the cycas that look like a palm tree. The leaves are really simple. They look like needles. That's why we call them pinus or pine. They look like needles. But the cycas that look like palm tree, their leaves are compound in nature. Okay, they have the vascular bundles. They have the xylem and the phloem that are properly arranged in the stem or in the path. Okay, so we continue with the characteristics. If there's any question, I will address. Otherwise, I continue. Is there any question for me at this point? So, as I indicated, these gymnosperms, they have parts that bear the male gametes, and they have parts that bear the female gametes. So we use the term unisexual, that we have either a male or a female plant. Pollen grains are always protected in the microsporangia, I have told you, and in the females, the eggs are protected in the megasporangia. But I said they don't have seed flowers, so the seeds are always naked. That's why we use the term gymnosperm, and it is the ovule that becomes seed after fertilization. Yes, Joshua.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Joshua.
Yeah, so you made mention of for the gymnosperms, they are always green and whether raining or shining. And I want to ask, what if there is no rain for about 3 months? Will still they be
They will
green?
still, the leaves will still be green. The leaves will still be green. That's why I said they are always green throughout the year. We call them evergreen plants, and they are used as plants for beautifying the environment. They are used as Christmas tree. When you go to Europe in winter, there are no leaves on plants. There are no leaves on plants. All the plants, or majority of the plants, they lose their leaves during the fall season. And in the winter, plants are without leaves. But these pinus tree or conifers, they always have leaves and they are used as Christmas trees. Please,
Okay,
is it
okay. Yes, please.
okay? So now we move on. We will finish very soon and we will take a break. And I will change the environment because where I am is very noisy. Okay, so we will take them one after the other one. These ones are conifers or the pinus trees. If somebody is in Cape Coast and wants to see some, when you come, they are plenty in UCC. They are plenty in UCC. The leaves are very tiny, like needles, but the leaves are very hard because they are always evergreen. They have cuticle covering everywhere so that they don't lose so much water in the dry season as well, and they can survive. And this is the cone. That's why we call them conifers, because the fruit looks like a cone. And these ones, we have the male part and the female part. The male part will produce the sperm that has some sort of a wing. So when the air or when the wind blows it, because of the wing, it can be dispersed. And when it encounters a female ovule, it will fertilize it, and a seed will form. Okay. So the conifers belong to the division Pinophytes. They are Pinophytes because I said their leaves are like pines, or they are like the needles. Please. What is this? Sit. And then the cycads are the palm ones that, according to history, they believe that these cycads evolved at the time that the dinosaurs also evolved in an era that we call the Mesozoic era. So usually we say that the cycads mark the era or the age of dinosaurs. Okay. And then the last and important one, not necessarily the most important, but it's an important plant that we call the ginkgo trees. These ginkgo trees, it is believed that it works on the brain. It improves memory. It will improve brain health. So people are selling all kinds of products with this, saying that it contains ginkgo. The plant is called Ginkgo biloba, and this is how the fruits look like. This is how the leaves look like. The leaves look like fun, and they are very nice. They are because they are beautiful, they are used as ornamental plants. But the truth is that the female plants tend to have a very bad smell during this stage where they produce fruit. So people don't use the female for their ornamental purposes. They only use the males for the ornamental purpose. Generally, these plants are very useful economically. They are useful economically because we can get wood from it for making furniture, musical instruments, pencils, and other usefulness. You see, turpentine, resin is also made from the sap from these trees, especially the pinus tree. The ginkgo, I said, is edible. People say it's good for the brain. The pine and the cactus are also edible by some other organisms. A medicine like ephedrine is produced from a ephedra, which is used for treating respiratory diseases. and the taxol is for treating cancer or for freezing cancer cells when you want to do research on cancer. So these non-seed bearing plants are very, very useful to us. Now we go to the seed bearing ones. The seed bearing ones are the angiosperms, and the angiosperms, you have several species. They belong to the division Magnolymphyta. They produce fruits. The fruits bear seeds inside. But we have two groups. We have the dicotyledonous plants and monocotyledonous plants. Okay, so monocotyledonous plants are like the rice, like maize, like millets. These are monocot. But the dicots are like the cowpea or the beans. That when they grow, you see that the seed open into two. So they are called the dicot, and we have the monocot. There are differences between the monocot and the dicot that are stated here. You'll read for yourself. Yeah, let's talk about the flower itself, and in the next 5 minutes we will close, and then we come back for the second session. You all know what a flower is. A flower is a beautiful part of the plant. It attracts pollinators to the plant. A flower has a male part and a female part. Okay, the male part is called the androecium. It has an anther and a filament. I will show you in the picture. And it produces the pollen grain, which is the male gamete. And the female part is called gymnosium. It also has a pistil and a stigma, which leads to the ovule. So let me show you this diagram. So when you look at the diagram, let's look at only the reproductive structures. These 6 lines here are the male part. We have the stamen. It is called stamen collectively because it has a stalk that we call filament, and it has a head that we call anther. And it is within this anther that we have the pollen grains. It is within this anther that we have the pollen grains. And then we have the female part. So this is the middle part is the female part. The ovules are here, and the ovules become the seed after fertilization. And this portion becomes the fruit that we eat. The fruits that we eat. So if it is orange, this part becomes the orange that we eat. And then the outer part becomes the shell that we peel off. And this is the stigma where pollen grain will land, and the pollen will pass through this to fertilize these ovules so that the whole structure here becomes the fruit. The whole structure here becomes the fruit. So, please, let's close at this point because there are a lot of distractions at my place. Let's close at this point. We have only 3 slides left. We will finish this in the next lecture. I need to change location. So it is 1:20. When are we meeting? Should we meet at, let's take 1 hour break, okay, so that I can get time to also prepare some questions for you. So let's take 1 hour break. It means we are meeting at 2:20. Do we agree?
Yes. Yes. Yes, sir.
So please, today
Yes, sir.
we are going till 4 p.m. We are going to 4 p.m. So 1 hour break should be enough for you to take lunch. Please,
Okay.
please, everybody
Yes,
should
sir, we
join on
agree.
time. 2:20, you should join on time, please.
Yes, sir.
And I want my consultant to be available. As Antoine Charity, you people should be there 2:20. So that if you need to take a
Yes,
decision, you will help
please.
me.
Yes, please. We
So don't
will.
worry, we'll be here. Since we are here, we'll pressure them.
Okay.
Okay, okay, so it's 2:20. I'm preparing to leave for campus so that we meet the no distractions.
they are multi-cellular. Then those cells in cellular matrix. Even when it comes to pilot, five. HEPA is a syllable in biology relating to online. So when you hear HEPA, let's talk about the liver. Online, then lecture me. Are you okay? Okay. No, okay. Hepatic Hello. Obusuafo, yɛbi lecture no ana?
Are we back?
Yes,
Here.
we're back.
I cannot hear.
I am here. Oh. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes, we are back. 220. I don't know whether we should wait a little while. It depends on you. Charity, what do you say? Asantua.
First come, first serve.
Yes. Listen to what Charity and Asantua will say.
Okay, let's continue.
We start now.
Yeah, we should.
Daniel, you agree?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Please, I think we are around 60 or 50 something, and we are only 16. So I think we should
We are
wait.
20 participants now. 20 now.
And so 20 out of 60 or 50. You see, we are
And
not
then
even.
the lecturer gave us time. You should be time conscious.
Joshua, what did you talk?
Ew, tomorrow it will be your turn, and we will do it.
Okay, I understand, but then we are using time, and you know we are having a quiz just next 2 weeks. We need time, other time to learn on our own too as well. So if a lecturer says 220, I believe we should all adhere to the time and be on time. Time is money.
Joshua, are you there?
Yes,
My
please, I'm
consultant
here.
says I should start. I'm going to drink water
Okay,
and
sir.
start.
Okay, boss.
We beg you guys join so that we can continue. Okay.
Well, that is Asantua's point, so it's going to hold.
And they must join by force. In the
Yeah,
union.
they have to join by force.
If they don't join, the fewer the merrier.
Exactly.
Okay, so we will start with this slide. Is it visible to you or the flower?
Yes, please, it is.
Okay, so this is where we were. I said that for the angiosperm, they are called flowering plants. They are different from the gymnosperm because for the angiosperm, these ovules that become the seeds in the ovary are protected. So the ovules are hidden in the ovary. They are not naked, they are not exposed. So this distinguishes the angiosperms from the gymnosperms. In the gymnosperms, there are no ovaries, there are only exposed ovules that become fertilized by the microsporophytes to form the seed. So that is the difference. And I'm saying that this structure called the ovary is connected to the style and the stigma. So the stigma is the sticky end of the style. And pollen grains, which is the male part of the male gamete of the flower, lands on the stigma. Then it passes through this style until it reaches here where the ovules are fertilized. Then they will become seeds and the ovary will become a fruit. And the ovary will become a fruit. So this ovary is what I project here because when the ovary becomes the fruit, that is what we eat. If this is mango, these ovule become one big seed, and then the area surrounding it become the pulp that we eat, and the outer one become the shell or the peel of the mango. If it is orange, we have several seeds, so each ovule becomes a seed, and the surrounding will become the edible part of the orange. So what is happening in the ovary? Each ovary, as we see here, has a lot of cells and nuclei. Okay, cells have nuclei. So you say you have a lot of cells. So you say that the ovary has 7 cells and 8 nuclei present. And these are the cells and the nuclei that are shown inside the ovary. And all these come together to form the fruits that we eat and the seeds inside. So we have 1 egg cell, we have 2 synergids, we have 3 antipodal cells, and you have 1 central cell. So this big space, this big whitish space that contains all these structures is the central cell, is the biggest cell inside. Then we have 3 antipodal cells, and this is not plant physiology, so I'm not going to give you details about the fate of these cells. I just need you to know the cells that are found in the ovary that later become the fruit and the seeds. So we have the big whitish area here called the central cell. We have these 3 antipodal cells. We have these 2 central cell nuclei. Then we also have some cells here and the nuclei here. Then we have the synergids. 2 of them. One is here and the other is here. So these synergids tend to guard the opening into the ovary so that when the pollen grain or the cells of the pollen grain reach here, the synergids open for the pollen grain to enter so that there will be fertilization. But this is just, this diagram is just to show you the cells in the ovary, not to explain to you the process of fertilization. But what happens is that before this ovule will become a seed and the ovary becomes a fruit, fertilization must occur. First, pollen grain must land on the stigma. Then the pollen grain will germinate. When we say it germinates, it means it must grow like a tube through the style. And then the pollen grain contains the male sperm. So we have 2 sperm cells, okay, 2 sperm inside the pollen tube, which will follow this tube until the tube will run and enter through this micropyle where we have the synergid cells guiding here. The polar nuclei are here, and all other cells that we have mentioned before are inside. So in this case, 2 kinds of fertilization occurs. First, as you see, there are 2 sperm cells here. 1 sperm cell will fuse. So say one, let me start from here because this is where it starts. The pollen grain produces a pollen tube that contains 2 male sperm cells, that's here, 2 male gametes, and enter into the embryo. So the tube will come down and enter through the micropyle here. One of the male gametes fuses with the egg cell to form a zygote. The egg cell is here. So there are 2 cells here. One fuses with this to form a zygote. This kind of fertilization is called syngamy. Syngamy. So in flowering plants, 2 processes of fertilization occur. The first one is syngamy. 1 sperm nucleus fuses with the egg cell of the embryo to form the embryo, or to form the embryo. Let's put that way. And that is syngamy. The second sperm cell will now form with the other nuclei, what we call the 2 polar nuclei, which are here. 2 polar nuclei which are here. So when the 2 polar nuclei fuse with the second nucleus, then it forms what we call a primary endosperm nucleus. And that is the second kind of fertilization in flowering plants. So in flowering plants, we say that there's double fertilization. Double fertilization. The first one is syngamy, and the second one is triple fusion, because we have 2 polar cells and 1 sperm nucleus coming to fuse with the 2, as we can see here. And so we have a double fertilization. So that is what I wanted to explain to you initially, that I had to pause because of the distraction at my place. So we will end this lecture at this point, and we will start the kingdom Animalia. And that will be the last topic for this semester.
Hello.
Yes, please.
So I wasn't hearing you. That was why.
Oh, okay. I have brought the first lecture to an end. We are going to the second lecture for the day. Wisdom, your hand is up. Mr. Clovey.
Yes, sir. In your delivering, you said the male nuclei or the male nucleus is divided. We have two of them, but you didn't mention what they are. I don't want to know
Oh, they
their
are all
names.
sperm. They are all sperm, okay?
Okay.
They are all sperm in the pollen grain. So there are two sperm in the pollen grain.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. I meet you from this point. Any other? All right. So we go to the kingdom Animalia. Okay. Please speak. Is this Asantewa?
Yes, sir. Sir, please. So does it mean that the two types of fertilization happens at the same time?
One after the other,
Oh, okay.
but in the same flower.
Okay. So the singamy will happen first, then the triple fission will.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Singamy first.
Okay.
The reason why the two doesn't happen at the same time is that I told you that there are synergids, two cells called synergids that guard the entrance of the pollen of the ovary. So they open for one sperm cell to finish fertilizing with the first cell. Then before they open to the second cell of sperm to fertilize with the polar cells.
Okay, please. Thank you.
Okay. Wisdom, your hand is up again, or is the first one?
Please, the first hand.
Okay. Animals. Let's go to Kingdom Animalia. Okay. So you see, animals are different from the plants. Plants make their own food. Animals don't make food. But animals and plants are all multicellular eukaryotes. However, animals are ingestive feeders. That means we take food into our body. We don't cook food, so we eat what others have prepared. Animals have powerful locomotion. Powerful locomotion either by means of legs or by means of wings or by means of the whole body crawling on the ground. Whatever form it is, we have powerful locomotion. Animals show increased sensitivity through the nervous system. So when there's a room, the room temperature is high, you know, okay, let me put on AC, let me put on the fan, let me go into the house, let me go into outside to enjoy fresh air. That is just one of them. Touch, pain, sensitivity to light, all these animals respond to them. Animals can be classified based on 5 features. And all animals are classified based on these features. 1, based on the organization of the body. 2, based on the symmetry of the body. 3, based on body cavity, whether there's a cavity inside the body or there's no cavity inside the body. 4, based on the embryonic cell layers. During development, how many cell layers form? And 5, whether there's a structure called notochord present or absent, or whether notochord is even present at a certain stage in the development of the animal. All these are considered in classifying the animals. Some animals may have all of them in terms of classification. Some of them do not fit all these 5 bases. So we are going to take the features one after the other. Please, do you understand up to this point? Is there a question for me up to this point?
Sir, you can continue, sir.
Thank you. So now, based on the body organization, you see, all organisms are made up of cells. Some of the cells become specialized to form a particular function, so we call those cells tissue. And for some organisms, the tissues become aggregated to form an organ. And then some of the organs come together to form system. So if you talk about body organization, then we are going to be based on whether the organism is at the cellular level or at the tissue level or at the organ or organ system level. That is what we mean. So there are some animals, the lower form of animals, that are only aggregation of cells. They are just group of cells. Cells are not necessarily specialized for any specific function. Cells perform everything. So these organisms are at the, based on their body organization, they are at the cellular level of organization. Example include organisms that we call the sponges. Sponges. You may look at their pictures somewhere on the internet, sponges. Then we have the organisms that these cells have become specialized to perform a function, and they are called, such group of cells are called tissue. So there are some organisms that their body organization is only at the tissue level, like organisms that we call cnidarians. Cnidarians, C-N-I-D-A-R-I-A-N-S, cnidarians, their level of organization is at the tissue level. And there are organisms like myself and yourself and the animals, like the sheep, the goat, the cattle, the elephant. They have different organs: eye, heart, tongue, intestines, liver, kidneys, ovaries, testes, penis, vagina, whatever you can mention. These are specialized organs that come together to make the whole organism. So we say that the organization of that organism is organ system level or organ system grade. That is what you mean. So based on the organization of the body, we have cellular level, tissue level, and organ system level. And we said one of the features that we use to classify the organisms is based on the body symmetry. When we say body symmetry, what do we mean? We mean that when you divide the organism into two, will you have two equal parts? Or is it possible to divide the organism so that you have more different parts that may look similar? That is the point. So organisms that when you divide them, you don't get each half being a mirror of the other, each half being similar to the other, we say that they are asymmetrical. So this is a typical example of a spongy, which the way it looks like, if you split it into two in this direction, the left half and the right half will differ. If you split it this way, the left half and the right half will differ. So this organism is asymmetrical. When you divide it, there's no symmetry. Each half doesn't reflect the other. There's no mirror reflection of the other or mirror image of the other. So sponges are asymmetrical when it comes to the body symmetry. There are organisms like this one, the coral polyp. You can divide it into 5, 6 times, and each half will remain similar to the other, irrespective of the direction that you divide it. So such an organism, you say it is radially symmetrical. Radially symmetrical, because whichever direction you cut, each half is similar to the other. But there are this organism like human being, like a goat, like a beetle. When you split it into two, you get two equal halves, and it is only it's only one direction that can give you two equal halves. Any other direction will not give you two equal halves. Such a case, the organism is a bilaterally symmetrical organism, because when you split it, you only get two equal halves, and no other have or no any other possibility. That is what you mean by body symmetry. So you have asymmetrical, radial symmetrical, radially symmetrical, bilaterally symmetrical. In terms of body cavity, this is where a little bit of confusion arises, and I would like you to pay attention. You see, when you take the human heart and you open it, you will see that there's something around the heart. And then there's a space between the jacket surrounding the heart and then the jacket. So that space between the heart and the jacket is a pericardial cavity. So there's a body cavity in this human. There's a body cavity surrounding the heart. There's a body cavity surrounding the lung. When you go to the abdomen, when you open the abdominal cavity, you see intestines within the cavity. So there's a body cavity surrounding the intestine. When an organism is like this, where there's a clear space surrounding the internal organs, we call that space coelom. This one, we call that space coelom, and that organism is a coelomate. So in this diagram I've shown here, the C is a coelom because this circle will form the large intestine, small intestine, and this space will be the space in the abdominal cavity, let's assume, or chest cavity. Therefore, this is a coelomate because it has coelom. But there's this organism that doesn't have any space surrounding the internal structure, only the internal space here, which is maybe for the digestive system, and there's no space. So this is acoelomate. So we have acoelomates which has no coelom or they don't have body cavity, and we have coelomates or acoelomates that have true body cavity. And we have false ones that do not have the body cavity, but the way the internal organs are arranged, it appears that there's a cavity there. So such a cavity is a false cavity. And we call those organisms pseudo-coelomates, pseudo-coelom, no true body cavity. So pseudo means false. So based on the body cavity, you have acoelomates, coelomates, and pseudo-coelomates. It's all about the space in the body where the internal organs are housed. Now, the next one is how many layers are formed during development. So let me use human beings for example. When a male has intercourse with a female and there's fertilization, First week, maybe the man has intercourse with the wife today. No, there's fertilization. From today to the next 7 days is 1 week, or the next 6 days, whatever is happening in the egg is 1 week. When you cut through the egg, you only see a single layer, a uniform layer. But in the second week, you have, when you cut through the developing embryo, you have 2 layers. The outer layer is called epiblast, and the lower layer is called hypoblast. In the 3rd week, you have 3 layers. And the 3 layers are outer layer, ectoderm, middle layer, mesoderm, innermost layer, endoderm. So we use these layers to classify organisms, like at some stage in the development of the organism, did we have 2 layers, or we had 3 layers, or we had only 1 layer? So that is the basis for classification. It doesn't matter how old the organism is. If at one point in the life of the organism we had 2 layers, it doesn't matter how old, we use it to classify the organism. If it had 3 layers, we use it to classify the organism. So those that had 2 layers, we describe them as diploblastic. Di means 2. Those that had 3 layers at some point in their life, we call them triploblastic organisms. So you human beings, you are triploblastic organisms, whilst other lower form might be the earthworms and the nematodes will be described as diploblastic. So example is here that the sponges and the nidalians do not have mesoderm in their body or in their embryo. So they will be called diploblastic organisms, while those that have a three-layer will be called triploblastic. So this diagram is illustrating the three layers, like the outermost layer, the innermost layer, and the middle layer will form in between. So for this one, you have an outer layer, a middle layer, and an innermost layer. So ectoderm, mesoderm, endoderm. So we have diploblastic layer. So this diagram is illustrating diploblastic layer based on the number of cell layers. And the fifth characteristic is whether during development there's this structure called notochord, if it forms or it doesn't form. There are some organisms that the notochord forms, and in the course of development, the notochord disappears. It doesn't matter. Once it was present at some stage in the life of the organism is a chordate. So those who do not develop notochord at all in their life, we call them non-chordates. Non-chordates. But those that develop notochord in their life, at some stage in their life, they are called chordates, and they belong to the phylum Chordata. They belong to the phylum Chordata. So in case of classification, these are the 5 features that we use to classify. So you as a human being, you are multicellular, you are at the organ level, you are bilaterally symmetrical, because if you split you through the head from front, you have one left half and right half, so you are bilaterally symmetrical. You are a coelomate because you have cavities for your heart and your lungs in the chest. You have cavity for your intestines, liver, and stomach in the abdomen. So you are a coelomate. And also you are a chordate because at some point in your life you develop notochord. So that is what we use to describe the animals. Any questions so far?
Yeah, Doc.
Yes, please.
Yeah, please, may I know whether the biological is the same as longitudinal?
Longitudinal.
Yes, please.
Okay. So when we are talking about longitudinal, then we are talking about the direction that the line will pass. Please do you understand?
Yeah, so I'm asking if it's the same as the bilateral. Like,
okay, I'm listening.
Yeah, that is it. Bilateral symmetry.
Bilateral symmetry. Okay.
Yeah.
So if we pass a line through your body so that it will pass through your nose and it divide your body into left and right half, it's a longitudinal line. Do you understand?
Okay.
So yeah, so that is it. And since it divides your body into 2 equal halves, then we use the term bilaterally symmetrical.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question, please? Okay. James.
Yes, sir. Can we also say that it is longitudinal because the organism is cut lengthwise?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other? It's your time to talk. I've spoken. My temperature is boiling high. So you have to talk so that I'll cool down. All right. So this table is giving us a summary of the classification. This one is for your reading. It's not necessarily something that I'm necessarily quizzing you on it, but you need to know how the organisms are organized. Okay. Because we are still in the diversity of living organisms. So this table shows us the diverse group of organisms and how they are classified. Diverse groups of animals. So let's pick them one after the other. We spoke about the sponges, we spoke about the Nigerians, we spoke about other organisms. So we are going to pick the animal phyla, one after the other, talk about the animal phyla, then we talk about the superclass and the classes, and we talk about the order. Then we will finish the kingdom Animalia, and we will tackle some questions so that some of you can smile or you can cry.
So, I cannot see the screen any
You can't
longer.
see what?
The screen.
So I should stop sharing and reshare. If I reshare and you don't see it, it's your network.
Yeah, I can
So
see now.
we can see, but I think it's
For
the
me,
next.
for me, when I started, I wasn't able to see, but now I see.
Okay, that's good news. I thank God that you people can see. Okay, so let's move on to the phylum Porifera, the sponges. The sponges that when we were talking about the classification, I said they are at the cellular level because they are made up of cells. And the cells are not specialized cells in any kind. They are just the same group of cells performing the same function. They are organisms that are mostly non-motile. They are just grounded to their substrates. Okay, and if you look at this diagram, see they have an opening with some canals inside, and a group of cells.
So
And a group
this,
of, is somebody talking to me?
yes, I wanted to find out. With this organism, can you see them with your eyes, or you have to use a
Oh,
microscope?
they are big. They are big. You can touch them. You can see them. They are under the ocean. You need to dive.
So without a diving, you can't see them. You can't touch them.
Yeah, you can't see it. They only go there and take pictures and bring them to us. But they also they are able to collect some and put them in seawater and bring it to the lab so that we study them. But I don't go diving, so I haven't seen them in their natural habitat. Those who go diving, they see many organisms than those of us on Earth that we see. There are several animals in the ocean that I'm not sure human beings will be able to see all of them before the world comes to an end. They are very diverse. Okay, Mercy. Mercy, you don't want to talk anymore? Okay. So, you see, the main characteristic of this organism is that the body has pores, some pores inside, okay, or canals or chambers through which water will just, when water enters, the water can just sit in between out. Okay. There's a large aperture called osculum. This opening at the top here is called the osculum at the upper end, and there's a cavity. The cavity inside the body is what we call the spongiocele. So I will take my time at this time. So for example, if you look at this diagram, this space here is the spongiocele. So we have the individual cells projecting into it like that. These cells are called choanocytes. These cells are called choanocytes. So when water is circulating through and certain things can be filtered so that the organism can feed, they'll feed. Okay. They don't have no organ. They have movable appendages, which I have shown here. I have also seen these finger-like projections at the tip. Okay. Different kind of cells perform different functions, no specialized function. And usually, because they are cellular and they have tubes like this, they have some sort of skeleton that looks like calcium, more of calcareous, some fibrous. And they have description for it called skeleton of calcareous or siliceous spicules or spongin fibers. All these are projections that you see from the inside and from the top here. Reproduction is asexual, which means that one part here can break off, become attached to a particular surface, and then it will grow. Okay, but when conditions become, or when it becomes necessary, they are able to exchange things and they engage in sexual reproduction. But it's not a common feature among these because they are always in an extreme aquatic environment and they are always enjoying asexual reproduction. As I said, almost or are marine in nature. So if you want to see them, please go diving. You see them. There's not much to say about them because they are not so obvious on the outside for us to see. All that we need to know is that we have the osculum, we have the choanocytes, and we have cells that perform different functions. They enclose a spongious seal, and they have the skeleton, and they can undergo both sexual and asexual reproduction. Now we go to the next group of animals. We are moving from the lowest form to the complex. Okay, so we have the cnidarians. The cnidarian is a classic phylum name for organisms such as the jellyfish, the sea anemone, the corals, and the hydroids. So if you look at these organisms, these are the jellyfish are the common ones that we see in documentaries and in pictures. Okay, so these ones, you see, they have these how do you call it, strings with some kind of poisonous hooks on it, and when they use these strings to touch the prey, they paralyze the prey because they send some poisonous electrical waves through the prey so that they feed on them. And if you pass through, even if you are a human being, you pass through this organism and you don't die, you come with a lot of bruises on your skin because of their spikes that they use. So they have body with no head, no segmentation. As you can see in this diagram, there's no head, there's no segmentation. Body wall is two-layered. We have external epidermis and inner gastrodermis. So even if you pick these pictures below here, okay, we have an outer layer that we call the ectoderm, and then the inner layer will be a gastroderm. Okay, a gastroderm and actor. So they enclose a cavity of some sort. So the cells are the cnidoblasts. They are the stinging cells on their body that they use to sting organisms. Okay, yeah. But the space in between these layers, the outer and the inner, contains some kind of gel-like substance. They call it mesoglia. Mesoglia. The space between the outer and the inner layer contains some gel-like substance that they call the mesoglia. But what is important about this organism is that they have these cnidoblasts, or the stings, or people call this stingray. People usually call them stingray, that they can sting you. They can sting you, and it can paralyze you if you become their food, and they'll feed on you. They also have some calcareous skeleton like the other one. Some of them are not motile. They are glued to the ground like the porifera. Others are motile. Okay, so we have the one that does not move. We call them polyp. Polyp stage, and the stage that can swim, we call it medusa stage. Call it medusa stage. So when you read books and they talk about the medusa and the polyp, that is the difference. That the stage where the organism is not moving is glued to the substrate, and it can also move at some point. Or maybe some are not moving and some are moving. So these are distinguishing features between the two groups. They are radially symmetrical. That means if you divide it into two in different directions, you have the same half. So they are all marine, except for hydra that is found in fresh water. And as I said, they are either face to the ground, we call them polyp stage, or they move. But we have different group of organisms within this phylum. So the differences, it depends on the kind of organisms that we are talking about. Those that are always moving, and those that have some motile form and sessile forms. Okay. Okay, so now we move to the little bit more advanced, the worms. You move to the worms. The worms are plenty. The worms are plenty. So they belong to the phylum Platyhelminthes. We are looking at the Platyhelminthes phylum. As you know, they have soft body. If it is like the flatworm, this one, we have the fasciola, which is usually a parasite of the heart. We have the tinea, coli, which is found in the colon. They are the tapeworms as well, or like flatworms that trouble us. So they are the subventral flattened. They have no true segment. They don't have any body cavity. On the head, they have hooks that they use to hold the body of the victim, and they have suckers that they use to suck blood from the victim. So we say that they have suckers or hooks, or they have bows for attachment to the host and sucking. Sexes are usually united, so mostly sexual reproduction and asexual reproduction may also occur. They have alimentary canal. They have only one opening where the sucker is. They don't have any anus. They don't have any anus. Most of them are parasites. As I said, most of them are parasites. They cause diseases to humans and animals, other animals. And you have free living ones, like the planaria is a free living one, but the fasciola hepatica is a liver fluke platyhelminth. It causes liver disease. The tapeworm that affects humans, pigs, cats, dogs, they are also there. They are all members of the platyhelminth. These are organisms of medical importance. Now we have the other helminths that we call the archaehelminths. The archaehelminths also, they are in the phylum archaehelminths and the class Nematoda, or we call them nematodes. They also have an elongated cylindrical round body. They don't have a true body cavity. Their body cavity is false. I mentioned it when we were talking about coelom, false coelom. I said the nematodes have pseudocoelom, false body cavity. They have opening as mouth, and they have an opening as anus in the alimentary canal. Sexes are separate, such that the males appear smaller than the females. So if you look at these two diagrams, the male has testes, the female has uterus. The female is bigger than the male. So mostly the female is carrying the male along when it's time for copulation. Mostly parasitic in animals, but some live freely in the soil. Ascaris lumbricoides is a roundworm that found in the small intestine of their host. They are parasitic to the human intestine. We have the roundworm, we have the threadworm, we have the pinworm, we have the Wikilaria bancrofti or filaria worm. These ones cause the elephantiasis. Have you heard of elephantiasis before?
Yes, Doc.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So the worm that causes the elephantiasis, the Wikilaria bancrofti or the filaria worm, they are very troublesome, and they are nematodes. Yeah. Now we have the other worms that we call the earthworms, phylum Annelida. Because these worms are really common at the secondary school, these are the worms that teachers use for practicals. Sometimes too, if they want worms for the WASI practical, they are likely to request for annulates or the earthworm, because they are easy to get and preserve. Yes. So the annulates or the earthworm that most of us have seen, we know they are elongated. They have a lot of segments, a lot of rings on the body. So very soft body with a lot of moisture on the body. They are true coelomates. They have true body cavity. And they move, okay? Sometimes when we look at them, we say they don't have legs, but they have something that we call parapodia or city. Not all of them may have this parapodia or city, because some of them, but they have a particular portion of the body that they use for movement on the ground, and they have this city there to help them move on the ground. They have well-developed digestive system. When you open their body, you see a lot of earth or soil in their body. They eat a lot of soil, and nutrients in the soil are absorbed in their digestive system. They also have a excretory system called nephridia that help them remove metabolic waste or nitrogenous waste from their body. Sexes are united, but in some of them, sexes are separate. So some of them are hermaphrodites, Others are not hermaphrodite, like the race. This one is not a hermaphrodite. Yeah, we have aquatic forms, we have terrestrial forms, and we have parasitic forms. So examples are here: earthworm, leech. They are all parasitic forms. And okay, Joshua.
Sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. I want to ask something.
Okay.
So you can see that sometimes ago they were sharing some medicines called dewormer.
Yeah.
That sometimes you normally say when it's 3 months and above, you have to take it so that it will kill the worms within you. Especially those worms, how did they get into the body? Are they already in the body, or maybe through some activities that they entered into your system?
Okay, so some of the worms, we pick them and they enter into our body through food. Okay, we call it fecal-oral. Some of us, when we go to toilet, we release them from our intestine into the ground. And when we cultivate vegetables, carrot, cabbage, and we use water to sprinkle on them, we leave some eggs or some traces of these organisms there. So when we eat, they go into our body and they establish. Okay, but some of them too, they are in the muscles of the meat that we eat. Some of them, like, they stay in the muscles of pig, sheep, cattle. We don't cook the animal well, especially these meat that the Gao people are selling by the roadside. The sausage and the comininis.
Yeah.
They are, when you actually, you see that they are hard. It's only the pepper that makes us enjoy it. But if there's these animals, their eggs are in the muscle and they get into our body, they will hatch and they will stay in our intestine. And they may even leave our intestine and enter into our body organs and cause a lot of problems. That is it. Let me call Solomon.
Thank you, Doc. About the elephantiasis you said. I thought it's malaria, mosquito that cause elephantiasis.
Oh, no. Malaria, mosquitoes cause malaria.
But not elephantiasis.
No. We have the filaria worm, or the Wikilaria bankruptcy, that gets into our blood system, enters into a system that we call the lymphatic system, and blocks the lymphatic vessels so that fluid accumulates in our legs.
Okay, thank you very much. Even though today I never knew, I thought it's caused by malaria.
No, mosquitoes are vectors that carry the parasites. So the different mosquitoes where there are anopheles that brings about the malaria parasite. So then we have other species that may carry the Wikilaria bankruptcy along. Okay, let me call Anachi.
Okay, sir, Doc. Concerning the question that my brother just asked about the mosquito causing elephantiasis, in some books, they just stated that the type of mosquito that we have, some such as the coolest, they cause elephantiasis in other countries. So he was just asking to confirm whether what they are saying in some books are true. That's what maybe he's trying to say.
So I would say that mosquitoes don't cause disease. They rather carry the parasites that cause the disease. So when we don't get the description wrong, we are always treating the wrong thing. If you protect yourself from a mosquito, you may not get malaria. But there are some people that they live in places where they don't get bitten by mosquitoes, but the malaria manifests because the parasites are hiding fever. And when the problem happens, it becomes conducive, parasites surface from their body. So the parasites are the one that cause the disease. Okay. Let me call Solomon to clarify something. His hand is still up. Solomon. Okay, James Tete.
Sorry.
Sir, please. My brother just spoke about the Culex mosquito. So okay, so the Culex is a vector. So can we say that the Culex as a vector carries the parasite, which is the how do we call it? The earthworm. The 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 earthworm. To cause, sorry, the filaria worm. Sorry. Yeah, the filaria worm to cause elephantiasis.
Yes.
Okay, so it means that is how we are supposed to present it to the children, and not
that the Culex is a vector carrying or transmitting.
Okay.
All right. So we move on. Okay. Then we have the.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Hello, sir. Thank you very much. Sir, please, with the elephantiasis, you know the sickness that makes people's leg big, hand make big. So, and you were saying that it will block. You were saying something
Yes,
concerning
I
the
said
but I
that there
didn't
are
get you clear.
some vessels like tubes in our body that some fluid called lymph runs through. So these tubes are called lymphatic vessels. You know, we have blood vessels. We have blood vessels and we have lymphatic vessels. So the lymphatic vessels, when the filaria worm enters into our body, they prefer to stay in the lymphatic vessels. And when they stay in the lymphatic vessels, they block the lymphatic vessels so that fluid in your body that should be brought to the blood cannot be brought to the blood. So the fluid will accumulate in your leg and the leg will swell. Yeah, that's how it is.
So thank you very much.
Charity.
Hello, Doc. Please, this disease in particular, is it treatable?
Is actually treatable. No, they don't treat.
Please, you said.
It doesn't cure it.
Hello.
So, Doc, let me come in there.
Yes.
The elephantiasis can be cured if it is detected at the earliest stage.
Okay, so yeah, when it is not early enough and the leg is everything is blocked, the leg has become. They don't do anything about it. They can't change anything. Right.
Okay.
Hello, Doc.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
So, talking about the elephantiasis in terms of this worms, how do we safeguard our system or ourselves from getting affected by these worms?
Okay, so in fact, we have to protect ourselves from the vector. If we have a means of removing or eliminating the vector, we do that. We spray the environment. We use nets when necessary, or we use repellents that will repel the vector. But otherwise, there's nothing we can do because when the parasite enters into your blood, you may not see, and the leg doesn't begin swelling a moment. It takes a long time before they accumulate in the vessels to block the vessels before the legs begin to swell. So to safeguard ourselves, let's deal with the vector. Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. Please, what are some of the early stage signs of elephantiasis?
You see, it's difficult to tell because mostly the problem is with the leg, and any sign will be maybe sometimes you see that the leg is the feet are swollen because fluid is not returning from the feet to the heart or to the blood, and it is swollen, and people will be pressing it. And when they go to the hospital, they will be doing tests for liver problem, kidney problem, and stuff because they may not necessarily even think about this area. So it's difficult to tell any clear sign that shows the wicked area unless Unless the feet, when the feet is swollen, then it affects the leg itself, and the leg begins to. You see, the leg, the part of the lower limb called the leg is the bone between the knee and the ankle joint. So that is when that part begins to swell, and then the blood vessels or the lymphatic vessels become big on the leg. That's what people begin to think about it as. Otherwise, if somebody has headache, nausea, puffy feet, it's not any clear indication. Paulina.
Thank you. Yes, Doc. Thank you very much. And please, I wanted to ask if you can manage elephantiasis by
Doesn't work.
exercising.
It doesn't work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's continue. Now we have the phylum Arthropoda. You see, these are the members in this phylum. They are the most abundant animals on earth. They are plenty. They are very. They can reproduce plenty at a time that they swam. Like we know, we talk about armyworm. We talk about the grasshoppers coming in their large number, eating large fields of corn or yam plantation. They are the most abundant. They are most successful organisms on earth. The members of the phylum Arthropoda. We have the crabs, we have the scorpion, we have the insects, we have the spiders, we have the prawns, we have the lobsters. They are all part of this. Cockroaches are all here. See, they have segmented body, as you can see from this, and they have a head, a thorax, and abdomen. But some of them, the head and thorax are fused, so that we call them cephalothorax, like the shrimps and the lobsters. You see that the head and the thorax are more or less fused. They have an abdomen. Some of them, they have the legs on the thorax only. Some of them, for some reason, you have a lot of legs on other segments of the body. Like almost every segment has leg, like the millipede and the centipede. They tend to have legs on every segment of the body. They have exoskeleton. Their skeleton is exoskeleton. It's made up of chitin, a very fibrous structure. But some of them, at some point, they are able to remove the exoskeleton so that a new one will come. Such a situation is called molting. Okay. And for the members of the arthropod, sexes are separate. We have males and females. So as I said, we can have the crustaceans, the Myriapoda, the insecta, the arachnida. All these are different classes of the phylum Arthropoda, different classes. What we need to understand about these organisms is that one, they have jointed appendages. That means the legs are jointed. Two, they have body segmentation, thorax, head, abdomen. They have exoskeleton, cartilaginous exoskeleton. Okay, and that sexes are separate as well. So this table tells us the differences between the classes. Arachnida are those in the spider group. Okay, the spider, we have several forms of spider. Then we have the crustaceans. The crustaceans are the crabs, the shrimp, the lobsters. Then the myriapods are the millipedes, centipedes, and all those with plenty legs. And the insects are the one with 3 pairs of legs, head, thorax, abdomen, with legs on the thorax. They are also they have the wings for flying. Yeah. So these are the. Now we have the phylum Mollusca. So the mollusks are the organisms with shell. They are enclosed by shells, like the snails, the epupu, the abibi, the adode. I guess we know the adode. Those of us from is it Volta and Eastern region?
Yeah.
We know the adode. Yes.
Yeah.
And those of us from, I think, these areas too, we know the abibi. They have shell that you cut the other end and you feel it. Very delicious.
Kiss me.
Yes. So they are the mollusks. They are in the phylum Mollusca. But you know,
Periwinkle.
What?
We like tissue. Periwinkle.
Okay,
But
okay,
tissue.
and you know the organism that we call the squids. We should know that there's a difference between a squid and octopus. So do we know
Yes, sir.
the difference between a squid and
Yes,
octopus?
sir. I
Okay,
think, sir,
yeah.
with a squid, each head is like the appendages, each leg, it's rather shorter than that of uh the
The
octopus.
octopus. Yeah, so the squids appear smaller, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So these organisms, they are protected by the shell. They have very soft body and they need to be protected. When the environment is dry, they produce something like a membrane to cover the surface to seal it. They undergo hibernation. They don't come out for some time. But what are the main characteristics? As I said, soft body, terrestrial animal. They can also be aquatic. Exoskeleton is the shell. At all, sexes are separate. Some of them are hermaphrodites. Even if they are hermaphrodites, they don't cross themselves, so they have to cross each other. So if two snails meet, each one has a penis, each one has a vagina, so that they exchange openings for sexual intercourse, and they have muscular fold for their movement. We know these organisms, so it's not difficult to talk about them. Now, the others that are not common are the echinodermata or the echinoderms. Okay, Paulina, and
Uh, Doc, please, sometimes when this mollusk
yeah,
are brought up from the sea, they sometimes um, show videos where pearls are being removed, or sometimes certain things that look like diamonds. Is it true?
they look like
Can
diamond.
they be, yeah, or pearls? Can they be inside
No,
such?
no, it's just the shell. It's just the shell that they remove and they polish it.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh. Okay, James, Tete.
So please, I would like to find out if turtle and then tortoise can be classified under phylum mollusca.
And the phylum
Mollusca.
mollusca. No,
Mollusca, sorry.
no. These
Where
are
can we place them?
reptiles. So
Oh, really?
yes, they are reptiles.
Turtles. Hey. Wow.
Turtles and the tortoises are reptiles.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay, so there's this echinoderms. Okay, they include the starfish, the brittle star, the sea urchins, and the sea cucumbers. They belong to the echinodermata. They are mostly marine. They are not very common to be seen. As you can see from this diagram, they don't have any head. They only have these 5 appendages that make them look like star. But because of these appendages, whenever you cut through, you have equal half in any direction. So they show radial symmetry. They don't have exoskeleton. Their skeleton is inside. It's a calcareous structure inside. Movement is by means of feet. Sexes are separate, and when they lose one part of the body, like one tentacle, they have the ability to regenerate the part that is lost. So these organisms are really of interest to scientists because of the ability to regenerate. We need to see if somebody has an amputated leg or arm, can we do regeneration? If we have watched Spider-Man movie, one of the movies, his professor turned to be like a reptile with a regenerative ability because he had one arm amputated and he wanted to use the cell of a lizard which can regenerate itself. I don't know if we have watched any of this. Are we movie fans or are there movie fans here?
We are.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Paulina, do you still want to talk? Okay.
No,
Yeah, so what I'm saying that some certain scientists are really interested in the regenerative abilities of some of these animals, and they want to see how, if it is possible for human cells to be reprogrammed, so that when somebody has amputated limb or leg, or even if somebody has breast cancer and in one breast, and that the breast is removed, can the breast regrow? And I think it would be nice if a breast can regrow so that it will look young, very firm, very attractive. The guys, what do you think?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice. And I think the ladies too, they would love it. Even if it's not breast cancer, when we grow old and the breast is sagging, and we want to have the firmness back and the youthfulness appearance, then we will regrow it, and it will be nice. And it may be less expensive than the surgery that people are doing now.
But I said,
Yes.
Like, is it going to be possible?
You know, everything is possible. Let me tell you, everything is possible. We don't have the know-how now, but research is ongoing. One day there will be a breakthrough.
Oh, okay.
Because people were doubting if somebody could talk via telephone. Even when telephone was being invented, people were doubting whether there could be a cable through which somebody can communicate from Kumasi to Accra. It became possible, and somebody was also trying to see if we can communicate without any cable, and mobile telephone is possible. You see, when internet started, they needed a big computer. Now we have small computers. Even Google and the staff, it was working only on computers. And people didn't think that we can use Google on phones. But Google, people have been able to write programs so that we can use internet on phone, no matter how small it is. So everything is possible. And I believe over time, we will have ability to regenerate certain parts of our body, certain organs. What we need to restrict is that I don't produce a copy of myself so that I sit at home and my copy goes robbing, and my copy will bring money to me, but then I will say I didn't do the crime, my copy did the crime, so that they should go and look for my copy. And somebody can have like 20 or 1,000 copies of himself, all of the copies doing bad things, and for the person, and so the person is at home cannot be arrested. That is what we need to control, but it should be possible. And if any of you will be interested in doing this, you may be the scientist who will do this. You get the Nobel Prize for that.
That prize is not easy to get.
There's politics in it. Of course, there's politics in it, but it's possible that somebody can get it.
Oh yeah, it's possible, but you have to work hard, extra hard.
And that is why you need to do this experiment. We want beautiful ladies, nice breasts, nice buttocks, every smooth skin, everything. We are able to replace them.
Elon Musk.
Maybe he will sponsor this, and if he sponsors this, then we get Nobel Prize for that. When football started, the under-17 tournament, they never dreamed Africa could win it. And so on. So we can also win it as such. So let's see, we can do it. Maybe a Ghanaian, somebody should partner me and we do it.
Grandpa.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Yes, that is just by the way, but these organisms are of interest too. You see, there are some frogs that they can stay in the ground for about 7 years without coming out. They don't eat and they will not die. And you see, their muscles shrink, but when they need to come out, they are able to rebuild their muscles. And scientists are studying these frogs because when scientists go to space, in space, they are not able to move like we move. It's like always they are floating. So when they return from space to Earth, they have to be rehabilitated for about 3 months with all sorts of physiotherapy and stuff so that their muscles can regrow and they can move. And scientists want to know how these frogs survive this. Because when they survive, they don't undergo any physiotherapy, but they begin moving and hopping around. So scientists are also learning. So biology is very interesting. And that is why we study some of these organisms, get to know how they survive certain conditions, how we can harness these things in our life as humans. So please, those of us who are interested, let's reason together. So they have regenerative peculiarities as well. Now, the phylum Chordata, we have spoken about chordates before in the earlier part of the classification that they must have a notochord at some stage in their life. So human beings are part of the phylum Chordata. Eventually, where the notochord forms in the embryonic life, the backbone will be formed there, and the nervous system, the brain, the spinal cord will be formed above the notochord. During development, we have gills, just like fishes have gills in our life, but over time the gills disappear and the jaws form in the adult stage. So these are the characteristics of the members of the phylum Chordata. So the phylum Chordata, we have different subphyla. It is not of so much interest to me, but I just need you to know that they have subphyla in this. Now, under the phylum Chordata, we also have a subphylum Vertebrata. We talk about the others under the subphylum Vertebrata. For the vertebrates, okay, we have the vertebrates that don't have jaws. They don't have jaw. So we call them ignata, jawless vertebrates. And we have vertebrates that have jaws, natostomata, jawed vertebrates. So ignata and natostomata, these are the two members of the subphylum Vertebrata. In this lecture, we will focus on the jawed vertebrates, natostomata, the chondrichthyes, the osteichthyes. These are fishes. Okay, the chondrichthyes and osteichthyes are the fishes, and then we have the amphibia, then we have the reptiles, then we have the aves, and we have the mammals. Okay, so the chondrichthyes are the fishes that don't have bones. Their bones are basically, or their skeleton is basically cartilage, but not bones. But the tilapia and the herrings and the sasawa and the stuff that have bones, they are the osteichthyes. So that is what I need us to know. These are the distinctive features between the two. So if you look at the chondrichthyes, like this one, you see the mouth is at the because below the opening of the mouth is below the head here. So we say that they have ventral mouth part. And if you look at the tail is not uniform. The tail is diverse. So we say that we have heterocercal tail. Internal skeleton is cartilaginous. They have 5 to 7 pairs of wings, fins. 5 to 7 pairs of fins. They have gill cover, which is absent more or less. The gill, there's a direct entrance to the gills at this side. The gill cover is absent. Okay. But when you go to the osteichthyes, then you see that the tail is similar. The tail is uniform. Okay, they have dorsal fin, pectoral fin, pelvic fin. They have gill cover, operculum. They have gill cover. So the tail, because the tail fin is similar, we say its tail is homocercal tail. Mouth is not ventral, but mouth is terminal. Mouth is at the end of the head. And they have 4 pairs of gills, and the gill is covered by operculum. That is it. So if you eat tilapia, if you eat salmon, or some organisms that have tail like these fishes, then the amphibia. When we talk about amphibia, people only think about frogs. But frogs are not the only members of the amphibia. We have the brown ones called the toads, and we have the green ones called the frogs. But we have some lizard-like amphibia called the salamander, and we have the snake-like amphibia called ichthyophis. They are also here. So these are some of the examples of the amphibia, class amphibia. You know, when we use the term amphibia, it means that the organism has dual life cycle. Amphibia means dual life cycle. That means the organism spends part of its life cycle in water and part of its life cycle on earth. That is what it means. That's why I say dual life or dual life cycle. So the part of the life cycle in water is that they lay eggs in water, eggs hatch in water, eggs grow in water, and eggs hatch in water. The embryo or the hatch ones grow in water, and when they grow, become adult, they come to land to live on land. So they spend part of their life in land, on land, part in water. That's why we call them amphibia. They have smooth skin, but the toads have rough skin. They have glands in their skin. The glands could produce a poisonous secretion that is dangerous. Okay, they have 2 pairs of limbs. The fore limbs are smaller than the hind limbs. They have head but no neck, and they have a trunk. Okay, and they have all kind of tympanic membrane for detecting sound and stuff. So that is all that I can say about these members. Now the reptiles, somebody was asking about the turtle and the tortoise. They are all part of the reptilia, class reptilia. Okay, Joshua, your hand is up.
Yes, sir. Thank
Yeah.
you. Sir, please, with the amphibians.
Yeah.
How did they survive in water?
How do they survive in water?
Yes, please.
Yeah, yes, in water they can feed if they don't have gills for breathing, they have the nostrils. So when they are in the water, the head is above the water, so that they can pick air from the environment. But the tadpoles have gills. The young ones have gills, so that they can breathe in water. But the adults, they are on the surface with the head.
So that means that if they come out, the air they take can sustain them in the water for maybe 2 hours or 3 hours.
Yeah. You know, those that live in the water per se, the turtles that live in the water, for them, their lungs absorb oxygen from the water that goes into their body, because they feed in the water. They carry a lot of salt in their water, in their body, but they have a gland for excreting the salt from their body, and that also getting oxygen from the water. So they have specialized feature. But those that cannot stay in the water for long, they come above the water so that they can breathe with the nostrils.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yes, Paulina, do you also want to talk?
Yes, Doc. Thank you.
When
Please,
Paulina finishes, Joyce Kumpe will talk.
Doc,
thank you,
thank
Doc.
you. Please, I want to ask the crocodile. Is it amphibia or reptile?
Crocodile is a reptile.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, Paulina, now talk for me, please.
Okay, Doc. Please, I learned that snake extracts poison from these amphibians and that they themselves do not really have any poison in them. But like you said, amphibians bear a gland that secretes poison. Is that true?
You see, the snake does not necessarily have to draw poison from the amphibian. The snake has its own gland with that produce the venom. Okay, but the frog is a food for the snake. Frog is a food for the snake, and the body of the snake is not harmed by the poison in the frog. That is what it is.
Okay, thank you, Doc.
Okay.
Then our parents really deceived us.
Oh, it's like people don't understand. Do you understand? They don't understand. That's how they see, because frogs are some of the frogs are poisonous. They think that because not all frogs are poisonous. Some of them are very poisonous. Others are not poisonous. People eat them.
No.
Yes.
Some of the frog we eat, they are very delicious, especially those with the back hills. No, we eat them. When you go to
people are
the
eating them.
It's very good. Dry them, you get like these caterpillars. They are good. They are very delicious.
Oh,
Hey,
yes. Yes.
my people.
Okay. There's a question here. A crocodile lives both on land and in water. Why are they not classified as amphibians? Okay, so we have the description of the class Reptilia here, so that you get to know that they have both aquatic and terrestrial life. Their body is covered by horny scales. That is what we find in crocodiles. We don't find these horny scales in amphibians. That's why crocodiles are reptiles. The skin is dry. Okay, a paired limb, you see, pectodactyl limb, that means their legs have 5 digits, and some of them have claws, but frogs don't have claws on their digits. Okay, they don't have these claws on their digits, so that distinguish crocodiles and the alligators from the other amphibians. Okay, so the tympanic membrane is small and depressed, but for frogs, tympanic membrane is visible. They respire by means of lungs. Yes, some of them respire. Some of the frogs also respire by means of lungs anyway. Crocodiles have 3-chambered hearts, but some of them are partially divided into 4. This looks like that of a bird and human. Their eggs are leathery shelled. That is also something distinguishing crocodiles from that of the amphibians. Okay, so Asari, Mr. Silas Asari, that is the answer I can give to your question. Now let's go to the birds. Aves. The aves are the birds. You see, the birds, they are warm-blooded. Crocodiles and the turtles and the stuff, they are not warm-blooded. You see, these lizards, crocodiles, when the temperature is cold, they don't want to come out. They want to stay hidden. When the temperature is warm, that they come out. But birds don't behave like that. Birds, whether it's raining or shining, they can come out because they don't depend on the environment for their body temperature to be regulated. Birds have feathers over their body, and that is really important. But then they have scales on their legs. The birds have clear head, they have clear leg, they have clear trunk. They have a mouth that is called beak, and there are no teeth inside. Okay, and their hind limbs or the legs are used for perching, walking, and swimming. And then the 4 limbs are for flying or attempting to fly. And they have some bones, light bones that we call pneumatic bones that allow them to be able to fly in the air. Not all birds have pneumatic bones anyway, but those that can fly have the pneumatic bones. So birds have 4-chambered heart. When you open the heart of bird, there are 4 chambers, just like that of a human. And they have a good, efficient lungs and efficient cardiovascular system for gaseous exchange and flying. Birds have voice box, we call it syrinx, okay, and they help them to be able to make all kinds of beautiful sounds, okay. And one important thing about birds is that they have ovaries, but they have only 1 ovary on the left. This is important so that the bird will be very light in weight and can fly. If they have 2 ovaries, maybe it will be too heavy for them to fly, and especially carry eggs along as well. Birds are oviparous. Oviparous means that they lay eggs, they sit on the eggs, and the eggs will hatch because the eggs has a lot of yolk and a shell around it. Examples are located here. The last class is the class Mammalia. We are all mammals, and in the second year, you will take a course called Mammalian Anatomy and Physiology. So all these the features will come up again. But what makes organism mammals is that 1, they have hair on the body. 2, they have mammary gland that produce breast milk. So when they give birth, they feed their young ones with breast milk. So if any organism feeds a baby with breast milk, that organism is a mammal. If any organism has hair on the body, that organism is a mammal. So let's take, for example, an organism gives birth to a baby today. The baby has only 1 hair fiber on the body. And today, no, the baby loses the hair fiber. and the hair fiber doesn't grow again. So long as the baby once had a hair fiber, the baby is still a mammal. So mammals have sweat glands and oil glands in their skin. Head, neck, trunk, tails, they may be visible. Tail may also be absent. Humans don't have tails, but the dogs have tails. Okay, we have pinna. The ear stands out. The sternal ear is pronounced. That is something that we don't see in lizards and crocodiles. We have pinna. We have, depending on the kind of mammal, we have either nails or claws or hoof on the leg. The teeth are variable. Some of them have 4 different sets of teeth. Others don't have 4 different sets of teeth. So are variable in mammals. James.
So is that because bats have all these features? Is that the main reason to which they are classified under mammals and not under?
Yes, yes, that's true. Yes, that's why mammals are classified under, bats are classified under class Familia.
Okay.
Though they can fly. Joshua.
No, please, thank you very much. What if the animal is having only one feature, like maybe breastfeeding the young ones? Is it still a mammal?
That is the most iconic feature. Mammal is coming from mammary gland. You understand? So if the organism has only the mammary gland to breastfeed, it's perfect.
Well, when we look at dolphins, they
Yeah.
are classified under mammals.
Yes, but because dolphins, their young ones have hair, but they lose the hair.
Oh, okay.
By the time they grow, they must have lost the hair. That's why they are also still mammal.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome. All right, so we continue. Okay, so the mammals have the backbone that we call the vertebrae. Okay, we have 7 bones in our neck. All mammals, that is unique to all mammals. Whether the mammal is an elephant or a long-necked giraffe, there are 7 bones in our neck. We are warm-blooded, 4-chambered. Testes are located on the outside. And testes are located on the outside because it is important. Otherwise, all the sperm will die. Sperm need a temperature that is about 3 degrees lower than body temperature. So if your body temperature is, say, 20 degrees Celsius, the sperm needs about 17 degrees Celsius to develop. So if it is close to the body, the sperm will die. That is why when the temperature is hot, you will see that the scrotum is sagging and the everything in it is dangling. But when the weather is cold, then the scrotum shrinks and pulls the testicles to the body. Yeah, these are mechanisms of regulating the testicles, their temperature, so that sperm always get the right temperature for development. So mammals must have their testicles located outside. That's why you see the horses, the cattle, the goats, the sheep, their testicles are outside, but not inside the body. Please, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, dog. Well understood.
Very good.
Hey,
Yes.
it's not easy. I'm
Please,
not
I want to
learning.
ask a question outside what you are learning.
Solomon, what did you say?
I said I'm now learning new things.
Okay. That is diversity of living organisms. So that I'm teaching you how diverse our organs are also.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, Joshua.
Please, I want to ask a question, but it's not part of what you are learning.
Okay, you ask.
Please, what's the difference between vertebra and then the spinal cord?
Oh, okay.
Do you have a difference?
No, that is part of what we are doing. So it's a good question. So the vertebra talk about the bones, okay? And the spinal cord is a soft tissue inside the bone. So let me give you an example. If you get a dry fish, you are able to remove the bones one after the other, you see something like a thread inside the bone.
Yes.
That thread is the soft tissue called the spinal cord. And then the bones are the vertebrae protecting the spinal cord.
Oh, okay.
So it's an important question.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, so for the females, the ovaries require high temperature for the development of the eggs. That's why the ovaries are protected in the abdominal cavity. But for the males, we need a reduced temperature for the development of sperm. Mammals are viviparous. That means that they give birth to young ones alive. Okay. The only mammal that doesn't give birth to young ones are this organism that we call the dark-bay platypus. These are the only mammals that lay eggs, and the eggs hatch. But then they are mammals because their young ones feed from a gland in the skin. That's the milk. Okay. So that is why they are called mammals. So that is it about mammals. Here table talks about subclasses of the mammal. It's not so much of something that I will evaluate you on, but I need to protect this because when you do mammalian anatomy and physiology, I may bring this up. So you have to get exposed. Now, under the class, we have the order, and the order is the last one we talk about. Yeah. Yeah, please talk. Oh, yeah, you are not aware that your hand is up. Okay, let me continue. When you are ready, you talk, okay? So, under the class, we have the order. And when you study mammals, it's important to talk about the various order. So, we have the order Rodentia. So, rodents, the name rodents, and that's why I call Rodentia. So, the squirrels and the...
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
About the reptiles. You just said snakes are reptiles.
Reptiles.
Yeah. Let's take a viper for instance.
What?
Viper.
Viper.
The snake.
Yeah, the viper is also a reptile because it's a snake.
Yes, but it hatches within the body, and this young one boreholes through the skin and come out. How about that? How do you classify that one?
Okay, so that is an important thing. The reptiles must produce eggs, and then the young ones must hatch from the egg. So that is why they are still reptiles. So whether the body, the young ones will pass through. You see, there are some organisms that lay eggs and they keep eggs inside their body. We call them ovoviviparous. So the viper, his situation is the ovoviviparous. That I would expect. Yes. William, do you want to add something to what Yaya is saying?
I'm just asking about fish because I know fish also lay eggs within themselves.
No, fishes don't lay eggs within themselves. For fishes, the female will go and lay eggs somewhere, but the female will go with the male. When the female lays eggs, the male will deposit sperm on the eggs. That's what the fishes do. But there are some fishes that the moment the eggs are fertilized, they go and pick all the eggs into their mouth, and they will not eat until the eggs are hatched. That is maternal care in those fishes.
Okay, thank you.
Let me call Albert. Albert, Doyle. Albert.
I saw an animal like I don't know whether the name of the animal was kangaroo or something like that. Like in between, like between the berry, I saw.
Okay, let me show you the kangaroo. This one.
It's like a sack. I saw a very hard.
Albert, your voice is far. Get close to your device.
Yes, it was like that. So and inside was like umbilical cord for everything. And the baby was growing there small. I don't know whether it was egg that hatched that
Okay, wait, Albert, I told you that
yeah.
I told that there's a class called Mammalian Anatomy and Physiology, which I will teach you. In that class, I will explain the classes of the mammals well, and the stuff. So for now, I don't want to go detail into it, but in the next semester, I will teach you more about this.
Okay.
I wanted us to end at 4, then because the whole class, I planned that the whole class will start from 11 to 4. So we will finish this lecture and we will have to spend like 15 or 20 minutes to talk about questions, if you agree.
No problem.
Agreed.
Okay. So we have the rodents. They are rodents. We all have seen squirrels before. They are herbivores. Those of us who have cocoa farm, by the time you get there, these organisms have eaten all that they want, destroying the cocoa pods, and you don't get the cocoa to sell. Okay. They have incisors, 2 teeth in front of the mouth, and these are the chisel ones that they use to destroy things. They have 4 limbs, very short, hind limbs, very powerful. So these are rodents. They have the bats. They are mammals. They belong to the Chiroptera. Let me end here because these ones you read and you understand. Now, before I proceed to the questions, let me tell you the topic for the end of semester and the quizzes. We will start with the taxonomy, right? So taxonomy is the first lecture. Let me check. Are you writing them down?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
Let me check my phone and see what I sent to the other lectures. A minute. Okay, so taxonomy is then the bacteria or the prokaryotes you will be examining on these animals. Then the kingdom fungi. You'll be examining on the kingdom fungi because I realized you locked the topic. And the kingdom plant, you didn't like it so much. So you examine so that you've made to read. So these are the 4 topics for the semester and the quizzes.
Sir, please, the last
Please come again.
Taxonomy, prokaryotes of bacteria, fungi, plants.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
The last topic, please. Your line was good.
Plant.
Okay. Planting.
This one, I didn't consult Charity. I didn't consult Asantua. It's my
No,
own.
your line was breaking. Sir, your line was breaking, so we didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
Plants, fungi, bacteria, taxonomy. Kofi? Yeah, good evening. Okay, okay, so I close this and I project questions for you. Let's take how many minutes break are we taking? Asantua, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Asantua, how many minutes break? 5, 2, 3.
Please, what did you say?
How many minutes break are we taking? 2, 5.
Break. I don't know. My colleagues, should we take any break or should we continue?
We should continue.
Please, my colleagues are saying we should continue.
Okay, the same. Then I'm going to project I'm going to project things for you. Okay, Albert. Albert, are you a suggestion or a question?
Please mute yourself.
Can you see my Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, question one. Charity, read question one. Charity,
hello, Doc.
Please, I can't see the screen.
Hey, how visible to you people? Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible, but it's shifted to far right. Maybe you can place it at the center.
Is it okay now? It's not a full screen.
Now
It's not okay. It's not okay. It's not showing.
Okay. So, please, Charity, are you reading? Let's hear you.
Yes. Question one. Question one. Two plants, a moss and a bush, a rose bush, are both classified within the kingdom planta. What does this classification imply? A. They are interbreed. They can interbreed. B. They share some very general plant characteristics like being photosynthetic eukaryotes. C. They are identical in structure. D. They are more closely related to each other than a rose is to an oak.
Okay, so what's the answer?
B.
The answer is B.
Doc, yes. They share some very general plant characteristics like being photosynthetic.
Okay. So now that you have gotten the question one correct, I'm going to share the questions with you so that we can.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Wisdom. Who was talking?
Wisdom. Can
Doctor,
yourself?
please mute yourself.
Wisdom, talk.
Hello.
Yes.
Doc.
Solomon. Solomon, talk. Now, please listen. I have come to the end of the lecture. Am I audible?
Sir, please, do we have the slide? Can we have the slide?
Oh, I have shared
the animalia.
Yes, I think we had it.
Yes, you have said it.
If we can get the questions, we'll be glad.
Okay. So let me ask Charity. Charity, should I share the questions?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll put it on the group platform, then you pick it from there.
Please, is it a new one?
I don't have any new one.
The online.
I only have one that I know.
Which new one?
The online only.
No, I'm going to put it on the my three platform. Where I shared the lecture slides.
All right. Please, Charity.
Yes.
I will share
I'm not in the group they are talking about.
sample theory questions. And they are not the ones in the exam. That one I can assure you. Any comments, question? Then we end here. It's now 4 o'clock. Asantula. Yes.
Hello, Doc. Please, can we? Hello. Hello.
Yes, talk. Please.
Hello, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, please. I'm saying that if we can organize maybe tomorrow or maybe Monday, we can organize the class. Like take us through the.
Will you pay me? Yes, sure. Will you pay me for organizing extra? I'm going to give you some. The answer. They are easy. Just to tell you that the exams will not be difficult. And that's Charlie.
Hello, sir.
Let's try. Please book me with your line.
Any objection to my point?
Hello, sir. Please, I'm here.
Any suggestion? Because I'm closing now.
Hello, Doc. Please, I wanted to ask if this is all for the course. Oh, okay. And please, I wanted to ask again, if we want to further, maybe to the master's level, are we going to be having major and minor courses, as in the case of maybe biology and chemistry or biology? Or it's going to be purely biology?
Concrete answer because every program has a structure. So unless I get to know the structure of the masters, I won't be able to tell precisely how it will be.
Okay.
But
okay, thank you.
They do have major, minor, because people do research in specific areas.
Okay, sir, please.
Yes, that's
is there going to be a question like you give us the name of the plant, then you tell us to, maybe you can tell us to mention the biological name, maybe, I don't know.
As I'm doing, I don't know.
Yes,
I don't even remember the questions that I have set. So at this one, if I tell you, you don't worry. We know the we know the classification. At least I gave you a table.
But I hope all the questions is coming from the slide.
Yeah, they are modeled on the information on the slide. Not that I'm picking, but the questions are structured based on the information on the slide. Because, for example,
so say another thing again. Another thing again, there are 20 purely objectives, right?
Yes, they say quiz 1 purely objectives, quiz 2 purely objectives.
Okay. Then the quiz 2. Okay.
And then end of semester 40 objectives.
40 objectives, okay.
40 of these, then I'll give some questions, maybe 3 or 4 you choose to.
All right.
Sir, so does it mean that we have finished this course like that?
We are done.
We are done.
But I thought you said we were going to the question.
We are not done. We are not done because we have not written exams yet, so we can't be done.
We are going to the question.
As I'm trying, I said, I am hired. I'm hired. If I'm next week Saturday, I will move next Saturday.
Don't worry, we will be fine.
Next week, Saturday, I think we have practical classes.
So then I'm done with you. I'm happy. And before I go,
Okay, so sir, can you share the questions to us?
If you tell me that you are my consultant.
Okay, so please kindly do share it for us.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Consultant as Antoine.
Thank you, sir.
Asantwa, please, the group page. Are we creating the group page as discussed in the morning?
Oh no, you.
Okay, that's fine.
Whatever you want
Do
to
that.
do, we are adults. I mean, I'm at the goalkeeper. When the ball comes, I catch it.
All right, we can do that. Of
Miss
which
Asantwa.
any of us can take the topics, either the fungi, the bacteria, the plant type, and the animalia. Then one person will take us.
The animalia is not part of the exam. So
Okay, the animalia is not part. So
classification.
the plant type, the fungi, the bacteria, and the taxonomy. So each person can take one.
Sir,
Yes.
please, if you say the exam is the end of semester included, or is just the
Quizzes and end of semester. What topics?
Oh, okay, all right.
This is.
All right, thank you.
What is the name? What is the name of your group? Switch. Switch.
Yes,
What?
yes.
Cohort
Switch.
3.
Cohort 3.
Cohort 3.
And you people cannot type a message there, right?
No, we
No,
can't type.
only admin.
No, please.
Is it BL science? Which cohort 3?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, so let me see if I can put something there. And when I put something there, you people can download, right?
Yes,
Yes, please.
Yet science score 3.1.
Okay. I'm trying to do it right now so that somebody can confirm. Sample objective for students. Okay.
Okay.
I'll put something there. I'm also going to put but I didn't label it as, I didn't put my name there. I didn't label the course code, so it's up to you.
Say your name is already shown.
It's okay. Sin.
When you
Right.
download,
Sample question.
you don't
Sample objectives for students. Forward it to myself.
Okay. I have some samples here. This one, the session B questions, I will add. Okay.
Okay.
I will add this because of my importance. Sample questions for students. Let me put it away. Yes, I'm saying it away, then I'll share it. Sample theory questions for students. I didn't write it well. It was students. Okay. That one, should I add course code? I won't add anything so that even if people see it in the future, they won't know it came from me.
Yeah.
So I'm going to share right away.
Okay.
That one there will be answers. I'm telling you, these are not the questions that you are going to answer. Don't say I have deceived you.
No.
Okay, shared.
Okay, Sin.
My students and my consultants, thank you very much for composing yourselves during the lecture. I'm always available to respond to your questions. So if you want me to clarify anything, don't hesitate to contact me. Let's build a long-lasting family.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you very much, Doc.
Bye, Doc.
Sandra, please, how do we get the page created?
Please, what did you say?
How do we get the biology page created?
Charity,
Yes.
they said they have created something. Share the link with me, okay?
Okay.
Then I can join. James, I didn't get your.
Persons have taken
Robert, you're saying something. Robert. Someone was asking a question.
I was saying that how do we get the biology group page created? Who is initiating it?
Kafui is not here, right?
Yeah,
No, Kafui is
please,
here.
please. We are not creating a biology group.
Oh,
We've created a group for only online centers.
oh, okay, yeah, it's true, it's true. Sorry.
In the
Yes,
morning.
yes.
I'm
Yes.
not sure I am part of this group. So please, someone should kindly give me the number.
Too, I'm not part of that group, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
No problem.
Lizzie.
The title of the group again.
I'll forward the link.
Now,
It was created by Sector also.
It was created by who?
Let's continue to be here right now. I want to post the link here. So you get it from the message section.
Okay.
So
Hello,
Hello, Festus. The link will be where?
Why not, please?
The comment section.
Why not drop the link at the general platform so that
No.
The general group is closed.
No.
Unless it's in the biochemistry. Unless you put in the biochemistry.
The biochemistry one is open.
No,
put it in the biochemistry
one. Please, so the biochemistry one, we have people that go for face to face. We are talking about
yes. So why you drop it?
Online
Some of us that are online will join.
Okay, then we can have it here.
Yes, exactly. So let it be on the comment section.
Yes.
Please, if you put it on the comment section, you cannot copy it. You can't copy it on the
Please, when
comment
it was
section.
posted, we couldn't copy this one.
So when you put it in the biochemistry, then you tell them that this is for those who are online, and those who are online gladly
Please,
join.
Lizzie has posted the link. So please,
You
look at the comment section. Yes, I've joined. Lizzie, I've joined.
Okay, those who have not yet, please look at the comment section. I'll drop the link there.
You cannot
But you can't copy it there. You can't join through that link at the comment section.
So please, biochemistry, put it in the biochemistry.
Biochemistry.
Are you sure you can't join?
You can join. You can join.
You can
You can
join.
join. The link is working.
No, it's not. If your phone, you don't have that, like your phone can't do that. That one you can't join. Because most of us, our phones are not able to join through this platform. So I think it's better you put it in the biochemistry.
Please drop it at the biochemistry.
Exactly.
Please.
Okay.
Not all phones are supported.
Okay. Oh, please,
Please put this in the biochemistry platform, please.
It's okay. It's okay.
Please, have you seen it? I've just dropped it there.
Okay, I want to suggest something. Now that we are all here, why don't we use it? Then, after entering the group, you can take it off the page. So those that are having the face-to-face cannot join.
Exactly. Else we'll have other people. This is solely for biology, right? Solely for online. Yeah. Else
Yes, the
have
group
other
that was
people.
created in the morning was solely for online.
Yes.
So if I drop it in the biochemistry, other people will join.
Exactly,
I'm not,
exactly. That is
I'm
why
not
she's saying that you
dropping
should
it.
join now. You should join this page now if you are online now. Just join.
Okay.
Hurry up, oh, I've joined, oh.
So
I'm
our
We are
not
colleagues who
using
have
saying
it,
that
but
gotten,
I
some,
can't do it.
yes,
some of the
we can.
phones cannot support this joining here.
No, no,
Help
no,
us. If
no,
other people join, is there anything wrong?
no.
Eh,
She's
there's
saying
Please,
nothing
you
that.
wrong
can
with
just
it.
tap. Please
Go to the
tap on
link.
the.
Link.
It will take you straight to WhatsApp. So please
Yes,
tap.
I've tried it many times. It's not working on my phone.
So just go to the
Is
biochem
that
page.
WhatsApp plan or the
Just
biochem page?
join.
That what
So
is
you are
doing it?
added, and then it is deleted from the. That's all.
And please, when you drop the link, specify. Maybe write for only online
You
centers
don't
should
write,
join. At least that
you
one.
don't
That
write
one will
anything on
be.
that. You just copy the link and you drop it.
Yeah, so join there.
When you copy the link, nothing comes. You just drop it. That's all.
Yeah. So when you drop it, you can still after sending, you can still type on it, like tap on it and type a message that is the link is for only the online centers. I don't know if that's quite understandable.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah.
But I think he asked us to join now. So
Is
Is
it
it?
my
Is it?
phone?
Okay, so please, if you
Doctor,
are here, kindly
doctor has
join.
sent the sample questions to the main platform. So,
Yes.
and
So should I
objective.
forward it here? Should I forward it to the online centers
Yes,
that
you
we are
can
joining
forward it.
now?
But currently, it's even on the main page, the one that they kept all of us in.
Yeah, so I'm sure everybody has it already. Oh, I should still forward.
You forward it to our online so that you can rely on it.
This one, is it the one that Doc currently just said?
Yes, that
Yes,
one.
please
yes.
don't just share it on
Thank
the
you.
platform, both objectives and some sample questions
Objectives.
and theory questions.
Lizzie, are you going for the chemistry at Cape Coast or Accra High?
Do I even know? But when I get to Cape Coast, definitely I'll have places to sleep. But with that, I don't know.
You don't live in Accra, right?
I
I think the sample
not really,
questions,
but
doctor has even answered all of them, both the
Yes, it
theory
is
and
being
oh,
the.
answered. It is being answered already.
All right.
okay.
Okay. All right. Do have a nice day. Bye bye.
Okay, colleagues.
Yes, first toast.
Colleagues.
First toast.
Uh-huh. Yeah, now you can check from the comment section, and also equally you can go to the biochemistry. The link has been sent there for only online. Now listen, for only online. So you click and then you join. If you have gotten any question which you want to post it there, you can equally do that. Now from tomorrow going, we are going to designate some people to be helping us with peer teaching. So we are going to do that arrangement. I love what Sister Kafu is doing. He's making sure that there is a strong team for all. So let's also cooperate so that we can be helping ourselves.
Okay.
Okay. Is
Oh, it's
Capri
a
part
nice
of this
suggestion.
lesson?
But please, the chemistry. Can somebody
I
actually
said,
help us in
I
that
said,
area?
I said, hello.
Hello, the
Yeah.
chemistry.
The chemistry.
Yeah, we need the other guy that sometimes that one guy, I've forgotten his name. He actually did well. I don't know whether
Very
he
good.
can come back again.
Richard,
It was last week.
Yes.
Richard.
Is it big? Okay.
Last week.
Yes.
Is she, is she on this platform?
I don't know. I don't know whether he's doing chemistry major. But his name was Richard.
Richard.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Then whoever that's having his contact, I think you see that you give it to me so that I'll talk to him, or you can equally talk to him. Okay.
Okay.
But the point is that
Mhm.
he can't
Mhm.
teach on the biochem page and then come here to also teach. I don't know if that will be possible. I think there was a page. Um, I don't know whether it was the biochem page actually, where we all needed to click on the link and then we all joined last week Sunday or Monday or so, one of the days. You understand? And so if we have to still organize a separate day for him to come and take us, I don't know how possible that can be. All the
Unless
same,
you
let's talk
get
to him.
him.
And is it
Yeah,
going is
unless
it
you
going to
get him and
be
then
is it going to be on WhatsApp, or we are going to create a link for Zoom?
There's a no, it's normally either a Zoom link or a Google Meet link
So
Yeah, that's
where
one thing
we
about
created
the
Zoom.
Zoom, one thing about that is that when you don't pay, you have limited time for, especially for the Zoom, it's just only 40 minutes. The link will go off and you would have to create another link again. I think with that it will waste time. So if we have to create a Zoom link, then meaning we would have to pay.
Why don't we use Google Meet? That one is less expensive.
Yes, we can use Google Meet, but then with that one we still have to pay because the time is limited.
Google Meet.
My humble appeal is
For Google Meet is free.
the
Oh, the moment
Zoom
you download it, that's all.
With the Zoom you can record everything, but with the Google
And I'm
Meet
saying,
you can't record.
okay, I understand though,
You
but
see,
I'm
the
saying
last
that
week
with the
class we had
Zoom,
with everything. The last week
I
meeting we had with the this is nature of science, I recorded. Yesterday one too, I recorded because that one is Zoom.
okay. So all that I'm
You
seeing
see,
is that for the Zoom, the time is limited because I've been doing that with few of my colleagues. We are only three. We create the link. It's 40 minutes. When it's 40 minutes, the link goes off unless you create another again. Unless you create another
how?
again. So it's just 40, 40, 40. That is when you are using the free mode, that is how it is. Unless you pay for the Zoom, unless you pay.
But if it is something we should pay, then let us pay this
That
and
is
at
what
least have
I'm
something
saying.
for
That
the whole
if
year.
we create a Zoom link, unless we pay so that we can get enough time. But if we don't pay, we are
That is
only
it.
going to get 40, 40, 40 minutes. And I think for a month, it's around, I think, $18 or so.
How many dollars?
I think $18.
A month.
Not more than 300 cedis, yes.
It's not bad.
So if we want to do that, then we would have to share, pay. Then one of us will create the link. Then we use it.
That is all.
Hello.
Yeah, first
Can I
question.
ask this question? Can I ask this question? Oh, but you want to mute yourself. What? That's it. Did you Mibacho, I agree. I was only 1 year who have tried voice chat on WhatsApp before. Voice chat
Nuruddin Peter.
on WhatsApp
Mute
because
yourself.
where I am currently, we normally have our organizational meeting on WhatsApp using this WhatsApp chat, and it's like this Zoom.
Is it the WhatsApp audio?
It's something like that. It's like conference in
Okay, you see,
WhatsApp conference where if
okay.
and only if
So I
the
with
person is
that
not supposed
with
if and
okay
only if the
with that
person is
one
not supposed
say
to project. Okay, and even the
okay.
person can you can send the if it is text, you can send it on the actual WhatsApp, but it will not be like we are going to see you with your cursor running over so that this one can work
That is where the red line is. You don't see the slide to discuss it on the WhatsApp.
but
Then the slides will be a
you
baby
have the
any
slide
and
with you.
We need
maybe
to
any
study
day.
Okay,
what
then
is happening in the organic
you
chemistry,
can
and
do
they'll
it that
show us
way.
present.
You can do it that way.
Just like chemistry,
But
maybe
here's the case with
but
the WhatsApp platform. If people should leave their mic on like we do here, and in fact, the whole thing will be disorganized. You won't hear anything.
then we try as much as possible to moderate. Until you say, then we quit.
Hello. Please let me come in
Tambourine.
here. If there is somebody who is perfect in sharing the slide, I have a Google Meet. I will always push it there inside the platform, and you just go and click there, and I'll meet you. Then the person sharing the slide will just do that.
Technology.
Tambourine, for you, we have done some before, and I trust that you can do it. But you yourself,
That is
can't you
what
be
I'm saying.
sharing?
So I have a link. I will give the link to the group. All of you will join, and then somebody should be expert in sharing the slide. That is all.
And
so when you share the link, you can make the person the host. Then the
yes,
one that will be sharing
I am going to be the host.
You are going to be the host.
Hello.
So I'm saying you being the host, you can make the person that is going to be the host be the host. Then the person can share the slides with us.
That is all.
You get it?
So there is a reason for that. Why? Okay. So one person who is the coordinator, he knows me very well. So I will assist him to do that.
Okay.
Okay. This is a humble
nice
appeal. Yesterday, yes, I heard someone saying he recorded the nature of science lectures that we had. Can you please do us a favor by putting it on the online page?
It can't come on to WhatsApp unless this is Telegram.
Oh, okay.
So I will try and put it on the Telegram. Festus, when it comes there, you copy it and share it on everybody.
Okay. But let me say this. I don't know. In fact, were we all here in the morning? In the morning when we started with the chemistry, were we all on this platform? All those in fact, right now that we started talking, those who have been speaking, were they all around in the morning when we started with the chemistry?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now
I didn't join chemistry class in the morning.
Please, what were you say?
I joined latter part of the distance, the class.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking this is
I
this.
traveled to Takoradi, so in fact I couldn't join.
No problem. But the issue is, I'm very certain that all those who went for face to face today, they have created their soul group. Now listen, they have created their soul group that is going to help them moderate how they should do their things very well. As time goes on, then people try to create a convenient way of meeting. So we did not have the opportunity to go for face to face, but rather online. So I was saying that now being the admin, I was saying that let's also have a strong team. Now, Justice Ado has given me his number. He said that we should arrange and then he will have another meeting with us. Meanwhile, looking at his own timetable, he's done meeting us. But he said that if we're able to organize ourselves well, then he's going to meet us again. I remember he saying Tuesday, so I'll make sure that on Tuesday.
No,
I'll find out
Thursday.
from-
Thursday.
Okay.
The meeting is on Thursday.
Justice Ado. That's what he said.
Yes,
Anyway, I
yes.
will call him. I
We
will call
fixed
him
it on
again.
Thursday,
Thursday
what time?
because Thursday we don't have any lesson in the evening.
Yeah, but by the time, can we fix it at 7? Is that convenient? By 7, everyone is
7.
settled.
Then what
You know,
time are we closing? You
Why
see, we
don't
need
we
to
make
close
it
it on
2 hours.
Thursday.
7 to 9.
The issue is, no problem. I will talk to him
If
again. But the issue is, I think the lecturer, let's get a time that he will also be what, comfortable. All right. No
okay.
one knows the number of times, or let's say even the duration that he would like to spend with us. So pushing it to 7, me, I don't have any problem. Bringing it to 4, I don't have any problem. But equally, let's look at it in such a way that he
It will
himself, he will
favor
also be,
everyone.
he'll be able to meet everyone. On Thursdays, if you claim that
Already
on
he
Thursday,
for him he has agreed for the Thursday. So we need to fix the time and let him know. So let's
okay,
fix a time that will be
I,
favorable
I,
for everyone.
I mentioned the time I suggested. It's not an imposition, because maybe he
okay,
might
Okay.
ask, so what time? You understand? So I'm saying
okay,
that I'm
Okay.
only
okay.
So
suggesting that
can we can
it
we
should be 7.
suggest can we suggest 5? Is 5 p.m.
It's
okay
not
by
bad.
everyone?
It's not bad. 5
So
is
that maybe
okay.
we can
It's not
close
Yeah,
like
the fight
8
is okay,
or
so that by
9.
that time everybody will be in their house.
Yes.
okay. Okay. So I will speak to him. I'll speak
Okay.
to
So
him.
5 p.m. is okay.
Okay. All right. But apart from that, as I said earlier on, me, I'm interested in peer teaching. I am very, very interested in peer teaching. So let's all be on board. Let's all be on board. We have to help
Because
each other. Okay. We help each other. So
my
it will come
God,
on. It will come on.
Number five.
Our brother Tambourine, so far as our brother Tambourine is here, no shaking. No shaking. From tomorrow onwards, I think we are going to start with one of the courses. Even if not chemistry, any of the course that we will be ready with it, we will start with it. So let's all be on guard and help each other. Thank you very much.
faces.
Hello, Tambourine.
Yeah,
Is Sister
she will
Charity
understand the
here?
cause more than you. You
Is,
say,
is Sister Charity here?
who say
Sister Charity, Sister Charity, is she gone? Oh, she's here.
charity?
Uh,
I don't know. Check now we are there with how many people? 10 people. So I think if we have agreed for that now, let's leave and then get back to our burial houses then.
okay.
Yo, bye.